What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Can y'all hear me? What's really good? Can they hear me? You can hear me? You can hear me? Nice, 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 nice. Let me give these folks a few minutes. What's really good? What's really good? Who's excited? Who is excited? You excited? All right. Give me 1 second. Let me go live on Instagram. Tell these folks to pull up live on Instagram. What's good? What's good? Where y'all tapping in from? Where is everybody tapping in from? Live on Zoom. Tampa, New York, Nashville, Brooklyn, Fort Lauderdale, Atlanta, the scamming capital of the world, Charlotte, Sacramento, prison. Man, we got niggas from prison and shit. Link is rabbit. Give me 1 second. Oh man, Bay Area. All right, all right. Let me get my shit together. Choose my background. Choose my background. Choose my background. Can y'all hear me? You can see me? You can hear me, see me, and shit? Yeah, okay, okay. Let me minimize this a bit and share my screen. What the hell is my PowerPoint? God damn it. Hold on. Find my PowerPoint. Go all the way up. Got a slideshow. All right. Start. Share. Why is it still showing this? 1 second. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Why this shit starting from the here? God damn it. Hell. Starting from the bottom and shit. Share screen. All right. Is it sharing? Is it sharing? All right, let me give these folks like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes because I don't want to start quite yet. Y'all better tap in. You better tap in. You better tap in. So what brings y'all here tonight? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. What brings you here tonight? What is your expectation? Are you here to lurk? Or are you here to, what's your objective? Are you here to sign up? Or are you here to just get free game? You here to get free game, or because you know this is for sign up, right? This is really for to sign up. I'm not even supposed to do no master class. This is my community opening up, but I figured I use this opportunity to give you some game, you know what I mean? So you know what I'm about, just in case you don't know who I am, you know? So um, I'm a, I'm gonna make you an offer. I'm here to give you game, but I'm here to sell to you as well. So this ain't no free shit, like just free, okay, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. No, I'm marketing, I'm working. I got a skill set that can benefit you a lot, right? So I'm gonna show you a few things. Instagram folks, comment. I mean, don't comment. Click the link in my bio. My automation is not working. You got a payment plan and everything. I'm gonna give you some game. We're gonna give them like 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. In the meantime, does anybody have a question? Is my screen clear? Is my voice clear? Can you hear me? Can you see shit? Right? Payment plan. There's some sort of payment plan. You know what I'm saying? There's some sort of payment plan. I did the best I can. Who is 54? What's 54? You got 110 people in here. It should be a whole lot more because damn near 300 people signed up. You're gonna have to wait until the end. You're gonna have to wait until the end. You feel me? 3 more minutes and we start. You ready? Y'all ready? 3 more minutes and we start. How to permanently retire in the next 5 to 7 years, guaranteed. Who wants to permanently retire in 5 to 7 years? Who wants to permanently retire in 5 to 7 years? And it doesn't matter if you don't know how to trade. This is for everybody. This is for people making big money and people making peasant money. So it doesn't matter if you're making peasant money, if you're making big money, it doesn't matter. It works for, hold on. This is supposed to be everyone. Oh shit. Wait, can everybody see the comments now? Can everybody see the comments now? So you weren't seeing the comments previously, right? Oh shit. Okay. You could always see the comments? Okay. Just making sure, just making sure. You see it? 1 more minute. 1 more minute. And actually, when I start, I'm gonna turn the Instagram shit off. So Instagram folks, if you don't tap in, it is what it is. When I start, I'm turning the Instagram shit off. It was always live. How can you get a beanie? I got like 20 of these joints. Oh, and shout out to where's True and Dope. See, I've been rocking this. I don't know if you can see. I bought it on Etsy. Shout out to True and Dope. Look. True and Dope. See? Wait, where's the camera? Can y'all see? That's from True and Dope. Where's True and Dope? Where's True and Dope? Shout out to True and Dope. I've been rocking this all week. Good quality. If you're in the Discord, go check out True and Dope. The Zoom, the link is in my bio. All right, Instagram folks, I'm out of here. You're either in or you're not. I'm out. All right. Take this shit off. Let's get to cooking. Take this goddamn, put this goddamn thing somewhere. You know what I'm saying? If you're ready, you're gonna find a joint and pull up. We ain't about to babysit anybody. All right. Let me get comfortable. All right. Who ready? Y'all ready? You ready to go? You ready to go? Ready to go? Ready to go? Let me know. If you ready to go, let me know. You ready to go? Let me know. Ready to go? Let me know. Ready to go? Let me know. Ready? 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 You gotta be committed for at least 2 hours, right? You gotta be committed for at least 2 hours. We're gonna be here. I'll probably go until 10, right? But I'm gonna try to speak really fast because I tend to get distracted a lot. And I don't want to be here until midnight because some of you may have to go to work and shit. So if I'm talking fast or if I'm going through it fast, it's for a reason, right? I want to make sure I get to a point where I make my offer. So let's go. This is how to permanently retire in the next 5 to 7 years, guaranteed, right? Guaranteed. Okay. All right. This is my favorite picture. If you follow me or if you followed me for a minute, you already know this is my favorite picture. The goal of this is to show you or tell you that my way of teaching is a little bit harsh, right? I will force you to see shit that you don't want to see. You know what I mean? So that's my style of teaching. It's a little bit aggressive, you know, not traditional. But anyway, so 6 years ago, I said this. You don't have an income problem. You have a spending problem. You can be broke making 150K per year, but rich making 40K per year. It all comes down to your lifestyle choices, right? So you might think, oh, I need more money and my life is going to change. If you cannot manage 40K, 50K, 60K, you can be given 200K, 300K, 400K, and you're still going to struggle. You don't have an income problem. You have a spending problem and a budgeting problem, right? So we're going to address all of this. Save your questions for later. There's going to be a Q&A after the presentation, right? So don't be asking me all kinds of questions and shit and then drag this shit on for 5 hours. I'm trying to be in and out. Okay? We good? If we good, let me know we good. We good? We good? You got it? Save your questions for later. Don't be asking me how much is this shit? What is the payment plan? It's at the end. All of that shit is at the end. I put it at the end because I want you to stay through the whole thing. You know, so if you committed enough, if you want the game, you're gonna stay. If you don't stay, that is on you. You're a crackhead, right? All right. So you ready to eat? Who is ready to eat mentally? Who's ready to grow mentally? Give me some yeses. Who's ready to grow, ready to eat? You good? You good? Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Let's go. Let's go. You hungry? You hungry for game? You hungry for money? All right. See, some people act like they trying to help you, but they not really trying to help you. They only trying to help themselves. So they may have the resource or the information and they act like they giving it to you, but they only pretending. I am not acting. Everything I know, I'm giving it to you 100%. Anything that has helped me, anything that I believe can help me or has helped me, I'm going to give it to you raw, uncut, pause, right? So I'm not the one with the rope pretending that I'm helping you so that I get likes. I'm either helping you, I don't give a fuck, right? And I'm really here to help you. At the end of the day, I'm selling a service, right? So I'm not just doing this shit just to do this shit because I don't have anything better to do. I want to give you something, right? I want to present to you so you see what I have to offer. But at the end of the day, even if you don't sign up, you're still going to leave with something, right? You're still going to leave with some information, a better understanding of something. At least that is my goal, right? So whether you sign up or not, you're going to leave with something. 6 years ago, I said this. This is me from Facebook. I said material things won't change a damn thing. It could be taken away from you any day. But knowledge and wisdom, on the other hand, once acquired, cannot be taken away from you. Stop buying your kids shit you never had and start teaching them what you never knew, right? So we are basically in the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Do not buy your kids shit and think, oh, because I didn't have this, I'm gonna buy my kids shoes and games and all of that, right? Teach them what you never knew. Teach them what you were never taught. It will help them way more than the clothes and toys and shit you're gonna be buying them. Buy them Bitcoin, right? Buy them books that they can learn about money. You know what I'm saying? So this whole thing, people buying their kids shit because they never had shit. Well, if you don't start teaching them what you never knew, they're gonna end up being just like you. You know what I mean? It's on you. It's on you guys to get you where you need to be. I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna guide you, but ultimately, it's on you. How bad do you want it? This masterclass will be jam-packed, so please make sure you're ready to learn. No distractions. Put your phones away or whatever, just for 2 hours or so. Afterwards, you can go watch your porn, go, do your OnlyFans or whatever else you do, right? But for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, pay attention. What I'm going to teach you here today is discretionary free. It's repeatable, duplicable, and at all times, if you follow the rules, right? Do not add indicators. I don't use indicators. No fair value gaps, no order blocks, no I'm going to grab liquidity, no IML, no blah, 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 right? We don't do none of that shit. All that new stuff that people be learning on YouTube and using terms, we don't use none of that shit over here. Can somebody type none of that shit? Can somebody type in the comments none of that shit? We don't do none of that shit over here. None of that shit. None of that shit. None of that shit, right? So you don't tweak this. You don't combine somebody else's shit. If it's not broken, don't fix it. If you need to fix something, fix your psychology, fix your greed, fix your mental, right? Don't try to do anything else. Some of you guys who go pick game from here, and try to mix it up in a pot, thinking it's going to become something better. It's not, right? Fix your lack of patience to wait for your edge to appear. Fix your lack of discipline. Fix your fear. Fix your emotion. The system, what I do, what I teach does not need fixing. It doesn't need your help. It doesn't need your opinion. It doesn't need you adding shit to it. Leave it alone. Follow the rules. Fix you, right? None of that shit. We ain't adding none of that shit. So over here, if you follow me, you know I don't do lifestyle marketing, right? I do real life marketing. I don't distract you with anything. I don't show you nothing. You don't see no Lambos. You don't see no watches. Ain't no distractions, right? So I said no Lambos, no made up inspirational stories. I was broke and blah, blah, blah. And I was a single dad and I almost died and all of that funny stories they make up. I ain't got none of that shit to tell you, right? Just knowledge, information, pure pain. Who's with me? You guys sleeping yet? Are you alert? Say alert. If you are alert, say alert, 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 alert. All right. So here's the thing. Fuck the status. Fuck the luxury. Fuck the Lambos. Are you here for freedom or are you here for material stuff? Do you want to be like YM Baby? Are you here to what do you call it? Make money so you go buy Louis Vuitton, or do you want freedom? Do you want cash or do you want freedom? What do you want? Do you want freedom or do you want cash? Do you want purses or do you want freedom? Freedom, right? So this is me, a Black Robin Hood, aka Black Jesus, right? Aka the 7-figure immigrant. If you don't know who I am, guess what? It doesn't matter. You ain't got to know shit about me. All you got to know is this is a black man, handsome black man with a full beard, right? Nice skin, right? I use shea butter, the real Black Robin. You know what I'm saying? This is me. You ain't got to know shit else about me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to know shit. And it doesn't matter. All of that ain't going to change the outcome, right? But this is me, in case you don't know. I've been doing this for a minute. Look at me. I had hair. Right now, I'm bald. My kids remind me all the time. Look at the computer, right? This is when I started trading. No cap. Look, had hair and everything. This was back in like 2001. So I go way back in the game. Again, I'm not going to be the one to tell you I'm richer than this person and I got this and I got the Lambos and I got the Paganis and I got the Bugattis and I got all of that. Don't you fucking know baby mamas are watching? You don't know the feds are watching? Huh? You don't know what you don't know people are scheming? Huh? So it don't matter. Net worth, 2001, $0. 2003, $0. 2025, $0. It's going to stay like that. Because at the end of the day, whatever you're doing it for you, right? You're not supposed to prove nothing to nobody. You're doing it to buy freedom. So long as you pay your bills, what you got ain't none of anybody's fucking business. You know what I mean? If they don't know what you got, you're not a target. You got to think, right? $0. We talking BTC, that's a different story. But nobody is asking. This is not who I am, right? This is not who I am. Who knows this? Any Christians in the house? Christians in the house? Any Christians in the house? Come on, come on, come on. Let's make this exciting. Any Christians in the house? Yeah? Loretta? Emmanuel? All right. Christians? Okay. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. This is not who I am. If you think this is who I am, you got me fucked up. This is not me. All right. I'm a capitalist. You know what I mean? I'm a real capitalist. So I'm not this guy. I'm not like, oh, let me show you who I am. This is who I am, the Black Robin Hood. All right? The Black Robin Hood. I take from Wall Street, I steal from Wall Street and I bring it to Block Street. Right? That is my whole goal. My whole goal is to get information from the system, right? Get information from the system, from oppressors, from the matrix, right? Get it from anywhere and bring it to the masses, to the regular folks. So this is who I am. So in case you're like, oh, you giving free game and no. Yeah, I give free game, but I'm a capitalist. So, all right. Just some screenshots to let you know, or so you see that when it comes to this trading stuff, I've done it all, right? This goes back to 2012. But this is what I could find. I've been trading since 2020, 2001, right? So I'm an OG in the game. But this is what I could find, goes back to 2012. And as you can see, if you look, I was trading everything. You see Forex, right? You see gold, XAUUSD, that is gold, in case you don't know. And you can see the price of gold back then, right? You see the price of gold. And this makes a good point, right? Because in 2012, if you look over here, try and see if you can see any of the XAU USD, that is gold USD, right? Gold was trading at about 1600, about 13 years ago. Gold is about what? 3,000 something. So in 13 years, gold has only doubled. Ain't that crazy? Do y'all get it? Are you picking up what I'm saying? I want to make sure you're picking up what I'm saying. Don't be asking me questions now. Just acknowledge that you are getting the point I'm making here. I need you to get that point. That in 13 years, gold was 1,600, almost 1,700. In 13 years, gold has only doubled plus a little bit. So when people are making noise, gold, 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 in over a decade, it has only doubled plus some, maybe 115 or 120%. That's it in 13 years. It ain't what it's anyway. So as you can see, this was just so you know that I've been doing this for a minute, right? Making 11K, 5K, 6K trading. I've been doing, so I have the experience, right? You see gold, you see US 30, you see S&P 500, right? The S&P 500 was 1,397. You know what I'm saying? You see all of that. Euro USD, CAD, whatever, blah, 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 New Zealand. So I've done it. Forex, stocks, whatever, I've done it, right? This is just so you get a little bit of background. Real life proof that I was doing this stock shit over a decade ago, right? 2013, Facebook went public in 2012. I stayed up, right? I watched it go up, come down to like $18, as you can see, right? Even back then, in 2013, I was still talking the same way I talk now. I said all the haters who bet against Facebook shares and jubilated when it plummeted to $17. I watched this in real time, right? About a year ago. This is to show you that patience is a virtue in your face. This was Facebook at $40. Why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this so you understand that I've been in the game, talking the same shit, but more importantly, imagine if you held. Imagine if you kept on buying. You would have been buying an asset at $40, and today that same asset is at $600, $700, $650, right? So time in the market, you want to stay in the market, long-term perspective. Because if you're trading and you're looking at tomorrow, two weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, you might be thinking, oh, this shit is crashing. That's the same thing same mistake people are making with Bitcoin. Oh, it's going down. But when you step back 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, Facebook was at 40. Facebook is at, Meta is at like 600 now. You get me? You get the point. Knowledge and understanding. You need knowledge and understanding. And that's what I'm trying to give you a little bit off today. Important rules before we start, right? Rule number one, don't trade or invest in anything you don't understand. All right? This is why I'm here today, to hold your hand, help you navigate through this journey, give you some insight. Do not trade with money you can't afford to lose. Don't trade with money you cannot afford to lose. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Do not trade with money you can't afford to lose. Do not trade with money you can't afford to lose. 5 fundamental truths of trading. Anything can happen. I say this all the time. Anything can happen. People who speak in certainties, even with me, I was reminded of that. Even though I got it right to a degree, I was like, when they shut down the shutdown, right? When they shut down the shutdown, the markets will fly. When they first announced it, that it passed the Senate, it started flying. Passed the House, started flying. Trump signed it, started flying. When the market opened, it was a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event, right? So when you speak in certainties, it's almost like you think you know what's going to happen in the future and you don't. So rule number one is anything can happen, right? Anything. So you don't know. So you always want to speak in possibilities. It might, it could, it's likely to do this, but not it will, because you don't know. Rule number two, you don't need to know what's going to happen in order to make money. Trade what you see, not what you think you know. Have a plan your trades and trade your plan. There's a random distribution between winners and losses for any given set of variables that define what your edge is. An edge is nothing more of an indication of a higher probability of one thing happening over another. That's simply what an edge is. So your edge could be a dog barks 3 times a day. That is your edge, so be it, right? It's as simple as that. Every moment in the market is unique. So never think you know, or never think because this happened 2 weeks ago, it's going to happen again. Because you saw this pin bar, it's going to happen again, right? Because government shut down, because 4 years ago, blah, 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 it doesn't have to happen again. It may look the same on the outside, but behind the scenes, what is happening is totally different. So every moment in the market is unique, right? Do not lose money. These are the rules of trading. Don't lose money. Rule number one. Rule number two, do not forget rule number one. What's rule number one? Type in the chat so I know that you're picking up the game. And if you're being distracted, if you're on your phone, if you're scrolling on Instagram, I command you to stop right now. Stop scrolling. Do not lose money. Rule number two, do not forget rule number one, right? If you cannot make money with $500, putting up more money is not going to make a difference. If you feel like, oh, because my account is 500 or 1,000, that's why I'm not making money. No, that's not why you're not making money. The reason why you're not making money is you don't have a plan. Rule number four, scared money don't make no money. Scared money don't make no money. If you're scared, go to church. Rule number 5, a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. So in trading, even when you lose, you got to keep it going. Patience is a virtue. You don't have to be in the market all the time. You have to have the skill. Patience is a skill. You have to develop the skill of patience to wait for your edge to appear. If your edge is not there, do not trade. Nobody ever lost money by taking profits, right? So when the market gives you money, you take the money. Nobody cares about your excuses. Nobody cares about your narrative and your story. Nobody cares. Work harder, work smarter, right? So we don't care about your excuses, why I can't do this, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Rule number 9, trading is not about being right or wrong. It's simply a game of probabilities. If you understand that, you're well on your way. If you don't understand that, go to McDonald's. Go work a regular job. Trading is not about being right. It's not about keeping scores. It's a game of probabilities. You want to win more than you lose or break even. But when you do win, you want your winners to be twice as big as your losses or 3 times as big as your losses. Rule number 10, hope is not a strategy. To my Christians, to my religious folks, hope is not a strategy. Prayers will not help you when you are trading. The market doesn't give a shit about your beliefs. The market doesn't give a shit about your hopes and your dreams and your goals and the fact that you think you're morally superior and the fact that you have a charity, right? And you feed the homeless and sick kids. The market gives 0 fucks about what you do, right? So if you think you come in here and you're going to tell the market, oh, I'm a good person, so I deserve this, the market is going to give you a big middle finger and say, fuck off. I don't even know who you are. If you picking up what I'm putting down, type yes. This is just the beginning. How much time? How much time I got? God damn. I'm going to try and finish by 9. All right, let's keep it going. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this, right? Because I have the knowledge, I have the skill set that I believe generally can change your life, right? So I'm doing this to transfer the information that I have, that I know and believe can help you in exchange for dollars so that I stack sats, right? But the information that I'm giving you is going to make you way more than what you're going to pay me. That is the goal. That is my philosophy. Give people more in use value than they give you in cash value. So if you pay me 20 grand, you're supposed to make about 100 grand or 200 grand. That is my belief. An idiot with a plan can beat a genius without a plan. This is Warren Buffett. So have a plan and trade your plan, and that is what we are doing. We have a plan. I've had a plan. My community has a plan. Our plan is we trade, we extract money from the markets, right? We extract money from the stock market or the crypto market or whatever market, and we stack sats. We buy Bitcoin. That is our plan. So everybody can have their own plan. Somebody may think they're more smarter than you, but the person who sticks to their plan consistently is going to outperform a genius or somebody who think they're smart, but they don't have a plan. Markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent, right? So do not chase. Have a plan, because the market can go down for a long time and your money is not going to last. How fucked up or how irrational the market can be, right? So have a plan, have rules. If you hit your stop loss, you get out. If something changes, you follow your plan. Don't try to be right. Markets don't give a shit about your opinion and your beliefs, right? The only thing you have to follow is your plan. I'm literally teaching you a skill set and strategies for free, but the mindset is sold separately. I can help you make money. I know this for a fact, right? This is not an opinion. I know I can help anybody make money. Buy low, sell high. It's that simple. My strategies work. I know for a fact. This is not open for debate. But the mindset, the greed, and all of that other shit, you have to figure it out on your own. I can't help you with that. Can you type, I have to figure that out on my own? I'm on my own with that one. Type, I'm on my own with that one. That's the psychology, the greed. I can't help you with that. That is on you. Because I be dealing with my own shit, right? You on your own with that. Day trading stats. 1%. Well, 1% of all day trade, only 1% of day traders make money. Only 7% of day traders remain after 5 years. 80% of day traders will quit in the first 2 years. 40% trade only for 1 month. All traders start with a dream of, I'm going to get rich quick. So I'm showing you the stats because, right, a lot of people come in thinking, I'm going to get rich. 40% trade for 1 month. 80% quit after 2 years. Only 7% remain. Out of the 7% that may remain, only 1% make money. So don't let Instagram fool you. Don't let the fake gurus fool you and think this shit is easy and you're going to change your life and you're going to trade options and 2 weeks from now you're going to be rich. It's capped, right? Only a handful of people remain profitable, and the people who remain profitable, they put in work. They show up. They follow their rules. They have a plan. They have a journal, right? But if you think you're going to come in and your life is going to, it's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you that. There's no difference in making it as a trader than getting drafted by the NFL, right? What are the odds of getting drafted in the NFL? In the US, there are just over 1 million players at the high school level. Out of those, 73,000 make it to the NCAA, right? Representing 7.3% out of the talent pool. At any one time, just over 16,000 out of the draft eligible people here make it to the college player pool. That is 1.6%. And then only 259 players will be drafted. It's the same odds, right? So making it in trading has about the same odds as making it in the NFL. And what makes you think you're not training? All these NFL players, they be training every day, right? You come into the market with similar odds and you think you can just make it because you saw some fake guru tell you, hey, you can do it too. Are you showing up? Are you studying? Are you back testing? Are you journaling? If you're not doing all of that and you think because somebody posted their profits, you're going to get the same thing. This is how delusional you are. You think you can get drafted to the NFL without practicing, without putting in work in 2 months, in 2 days, in 5 months. It's not going to happen. I don't care who the fuck told you what. They lied to you. Even if they hold your hands to make the money, eventually you're going to lose it because your foundation is fucked. These are the stats. Again, day traders lost a fantastic 1.1 billion during COVID. A whopping 97% of day traders lose money in less than 1 year. So if you've never traded and you just think you're going to make it, look at the odds. Less than 1% of day traders consistently make profits. You with it? You picking up the game? Let me know if you're picking up the game. Let me know. You picking up the game. Let me know if you're picking up the game. Let me know if you're picking up the game. Got it? You got it? All right. Why do most traders fail? Can anybody tell me why do most traders fail? Why do you think most traders fail? Just type the answers. Why do you think most traders fail? No plan. That's good. You're right. No plan. Greed, no plan. Overtrading, greed, no strategy, no plan. Greed and lust. God damn, where did lust come from? I haven't heard that one before. Trading with money they don't have, give up, gambler, right? Unrealistic expectation, following YM Baby, listening to Ian Dunlap, that should be number one. Listening to EYL, that's number one, right? Ian Dunlap, Earn Your Leisure, going to InvestFest. Wrong intentions. All right, let's keep it going. Risk versus reward, right? Listening to Ian's wife, listening to Alex. Who the hell trying to get me? Who's trying to listening to Alex, right? That too. Troy, Rashad, all of them. YM Baby. Oh, I know they in here. I know they in here. They definitely in here. All right, let's keep it going. Risk reward. What is risk reward? The amount of money you put it on the line and how much you're looking to make, the possibility, right? Listening to Trade by Side, right? So we're talking about risk reward. A risk. What is the risk? What is the reward? And trading, basically what you are doing is you're fucking around to find out how much money are you putting on the line to fuck around and find out. I'm putting up $50 to see if I can make $100 or $200. That is your risk reward, right? A measure of the prospective reward an investor can earn for every dollar they risk on an investment. This is what risk reward ratio is. A measure of the prospective reward an investor can earn for every dollar they risk. So every dollar you risk, what is your reward? If you're risking 50 to make 50, crackhead. If you risking 50 to make 25, even a bigger crackhead. The goal is to risk about 50 to make 100, 50 to make 200, 50 to make 300, 50 to make 400. You picking up what I'm putting down? Everybody understand risk reward? You don't want to risk 50 to make 10. That's crackhead. All right? Here is how it looks, right? If these are the percentages, 1-to-1. If you're risking 150 to make 50, you have to have a 60% win rate to become profitable. 50% win rate just to break even if you're doing a 1-to-1, right? If you're doing a 2-to-1, which means you're risking 50 to make 100, at 40% win rate, you win 40% out of 100, you become profitable, right? At 30%, you're not profitable. At 3-to-1 risk reward, meaning you're risking 50 to make 150, even at a 30% win rate, you become profitable. 4-to-1, risking 100 to make 400, all you need is 30%, 20% to break even, right? At a 5-to-1 risk reward, even at a 20% win, you are profitable. So you see how the higher your risk reward, the less percentage you need to become profitable. You pick it up, you with me, you understand this, you get it. So if you see a trade setup and it only shows you that you're gonna risk 100 to make 100, it's not worth taking it, right? There has to be a higher reward to the risk. If you putting up 1,000, I gotta know there's a possibility of making 5 grand or 10 grand. Otherwise, I'm not taking the trade, right? How long you hold a position? What type of trader are you? Are you a scalper? Are you a day trader? Are you a swing trader? Are you a position trader, right? It's based on how long you stay in a trade, but it's also based on your personality, right? So your personality, your schedule, your mindset, your trauma, right? If you are not equipped to be a scalper and you try to make yourself a scalper, you're gonna lose money. Scalpers are people who get in the market in and out. Scalpers are the crackheads of traders. Can somebody type in the comments for me? Scalper equals crackhead. Scalpers are the crackheads of traders. They make the least amount of money, but they think they're gonna make more money because they are doing more. If you a scalper, you a crackhead. Day traders are just above crackheads. They are alcoholics. Day traders are alcoholics. So they still have an addiction, right? It's just that it's alcohol, but the scalpers are doing crack and shit like that. You feel me? All right. Swing traders are people who have a decent job. They got, you know what I'm saying? That's like regular folks who can think. So they want to stay in trades for days, weeks, couple of weeks, right? Because they understand that I don't want to be a day trader. I'm not an alcoholic and I don't do crack. So I'm not going to deal with all of the noise, right? And then position traders are people who stay in the market for months, for years. But you know, the interesting thing is position traders make the most amount of money, right? Scalpers make from position. It goes this way. You would think the more you do, the more you're gonna get, but it's actually like this. Position traders make the most amount of money with minimal effort. Then comes the swing traders, day traders, and then the crackheads. So please, like Darren said, say, I'm getting off crack. I don't want to do crack. Can you type in the comments, I'm not going to be a crackhead. I don't want to be a crackhead. I'm not going to do this because it looks like I'm doing more, but I'm not making no money. I don't want to be a crackhead. Somebody type in the chat, I don't want to be a crackhead. I refuse to be a crackhead. Scalping is not going to make you more money. I want you to understand. If you're doing that right now, it might be a roller coaster. It looks like you are making money, but you'll make the money to lose the money the next day. I'm telling you, don't convince yourself, don't lie to yourself and say, yeah, I'm really good at it. If your P&L doesn't show, if you don't use the market to pay your bills and you're a scalper, it's just another word for a crackhead in the market. I'm not going to be a crackhead. Thank you. Thank you. I refuse to be a crackhead. See, I refuse. I don't. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all picking up the game. All right. Let's get to some candlesticks, right? Who's ready for some candlesticks? Crack is whack. Now we are done with the formalities. We're going to go into candlesticks, right? We getting into the meat of it. 7:53. We might push it to like 9:30. Who's ready for some candlesticks? Giving you some game. Who's ready? Type candlesticks, 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 candlesticks. You came here, I said you're going to leave with something. You're going to leave with some knowledge, some game, right? Candlesticks. All right, let's go. So candlesticks, this is what we use as technical traders, right? To trade. When the market, you have a bearish candle, when the market opens at a higher price, I mean, it opens and it closes lower than the price that it opened. So if the market opens at 20 and closes at 10, it will create a bearish candle. That is a bearish candle. That means within that time frame, it could be within an hour, within 2 hours, within 30 minutes. The market opened at, let's say, 100, and by, let's say, at 10:30, the market was at 100. At 11, it dropped to 95. That will be a bearish candle. The high is the highest point that the market got to during that time frame. The low is the lowest point the market got to during that time frame. So if it closes lower than it opened, it's considered bearish. And then over here, if the market opens at 10 and closes at 20, it will give you a bullish body. The colors, you can change it. The colors don't matter, right? Excuse me, the colors don't matter. What matters is where it opened and where it closed. If it opens at a lower price and closes above, it gets you a bullish candle. If it opens at a higher price and closes below that price, it gets you a bearish candle. You can even swap it and make the bearish candle green and the bullish candle red. It's still the same thing. It's just that as humans, we've designated red as bad and green as money or whatever. But the colors, you can change it. It could be purple, it could be white, it could be blue, it could be green. The colors is optional, but where it opens and closes, it's not. Did you get that? Type 21 if you got that. Type 21 if this is clear. 21, 21, 21, right? So that's how you know if you see it on a chart, you see a bearish candle, it means that the market opened here, closed here, right? 21 savage. Bullish candle, bearish candle, doji candle. So you see that? A bullish candle, the market opened up and closed. I mean, it opened low and closed up. A bearish candle, it opened up and closed down, right? The body is what shows. We don't care about the wicks. So the points on the top and the bottom is considered the wicks of the candle. The bottom wick is the lowest point the market got to before pulling back. The top wick is the highest point the market got to before pulling back. And then you have a doji. A doji is a candle with no body. So a doji doesn't have a body. It opened and closed at the same place. During that time frame, it went up, it went down, but it closed at the same price that it opened. Type 21 if you're picking up the game. These are candlestick fundamentals, right? You have to understand the basics in order for you to trade it on a chart. You feel me? You feel me? Are we cooking? Are we cooking or are we cooking? Are we cooking or are we cooking? I mean, we just warming up. But are we cooking or are we cooking? We cooking? 21. All right. Bullish 2-bar reversal and bearish 2-bar reversal. So this here is just as effective, right? So when the market goes down and the next, it could be a 1-minute chart, a 20-minute chart, a 50-minute chart, 2-hour chart. This is called a bullish 2-bar reversal. And this one here is called a bearish 2-bar reversal. Market opens here and it closes. Then the next hour or the next candle opens here and completely reverses all the losses. That tells you something, right? It's a 2-bar reversal. It becomes bullish afterwards because the bulls came in and just fixed all the bearishness. They pulled it right back, right? Same thing with a bearish 2-bar reversal. Market is going up. Next candle comes in, and from the same point that the candle closed, it opens, makes the same high, drops. This is bearish. You can use this to make money. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And at the end of the day, once you learn the candles, then on a live chart, you can see how to use it to make money. But you have to understand what they mean, right? Their effectiveness in order to use it to make money. If you don't understand it, then you're not going to be able to utilize it to make money. Then you have the inside bars. So an inside bar is a candle with a baby. It doesn't matter the color, right? The next candle is in the belly of the previous candle. You see that? So you can have a bearish candle. This is the mother candle with a baby. This is a pregnant candle. This is the baby in her belly. He's just showing you, right? So you can understand the baby, the mother could be red, mother could be black or white. It doesn't matter. It's a human. You get it? You see what I did there? You get it? You get it? You get it? You see what I did there? You get it? You see what I did there? Get it? Get it? So the mother, this is the mother too. This may be a white mother. This may be a Hispanic mother. This may be a black mother. This may be an Asian mother. It doesn't matter. A mother is a mother. Only mothers can have kids, right? Only mothers can carry babies. Do we agree? Do we agree? Do we agree? You can't identify as, okay, let me stop. Only mothers can carry the babies, right? So it doesn't matter the color, but the way you trade it is when the head of the mother breaks, that is an entry. So when the market breaks above the high of the mother, they might disagree, but we don't give a fuck, right? Science is science. Biology is biology. We don't care what they say. We don't care what they say. Over here, sometimes I'm intentionally politically incorrect because the truth will be heard, right? So the way you trade it is when the bottom of the mother breaks, the market will likely go down. When the top of the mother breaks, the market will likely go up. So you can use this in a trend to really make a lot of money. Inside bars are one of my favorite. Inside bars in a trend, you just watch them. And if we have time, I will show you in a live chart how you can spot them and make quick money like that. If you're a scalper, if you're a crackhead trader, and you want to day trade, you can use inside bars. Boom. Mother or mother breaks. No, the baby don't make no rules, right? The baby don't. So you're going to wait for the third candle. You feel me? So the mother is the first candle. The baby is the second candle. You're going to wait for the third or the fourth or the fifth. Sometimes the mother may be carrying twins or triplets, right? The mother may be carrying twins or triplets. So you could have another baby and another baby and another baby, and then it coils, right? So you can have a mother with 7 babies. So long as the size of the babies don't hit above the mother's head or below the mother's feet, you can have multiple babies, right? And then once the top breaks and closes, it's a different story. Now you can buy. If the foot breaks and closes, you can sell. I mean, it's that simple. It's that simple. You love the analogy. Okay. Then we have the pin bars. The pin bars is my favorite. If you had to choose one signal to make money, it's pin bars. A pin bar has to be well defined, right? This is a pin bar. It has a small wick at the top or no wick at the top, right? A bullish pin bar, the market opened here, came all the way down, went all the way up, and then closed here. So it has a small head and a long foot, right? This is what a bullish pin bar is. And then we have a bearish pin bar. Market opened here, it made a low here, went all the way up. So at some point, this candle, it opened here. At some point, this was a green, it was a green candle, then came back and closed here, making it red. So this signifies that the market is likely going to go down because at some point it was bullish and something happened. Remember, you don't need to know what happened. You just know that something happened. You don't need the details. what happened. That's what the candlesticks tell you. That the candlesticks is telling you a story without the details. It's giving you a summary, like something bad is likely to happen because at some point they were very bullish and something happened, right? You can't see the arrow? Oh, okay. So this was Bitcoin at 25K, bullish pin bar. Do you see it? You see the bullish pin bar on Bitcoin at 25K? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. Come on, let's go. Let's keep it fun. Stop scrolling on Instagram. Pay attention. Stop talking. Pay attention. You're not going to get this opportunity unless you sign up. If you sign up, you get the opportunity. But if you here lurking, you ain't going to get this opportunity anymore. You see it? That's a bullish pin bar. This pin bar, at some point, this candle was red. The bulls came in. They pushed it up. And then, boom. You see that? Another pin bar. This is a pin bar. This is a pin bar. That's a pin bar. So you see pin bars, you can use it to make a lot of money if you know how to trade them. You don't need indicators. You don't need to do any other shit. You don't need ICC, ICP indicators, fair value gap, and blah, blah, blah. Spot pin bars at supply or demand zones, accept the risk, sell it or buy it. And I have a strategy where even when you lose, you win. So that makes the pin bar 100% accurate, right? And that's why when I was advertising on Instagram or promoting on Instagram, I said, I have a strategy that does not fail. Even when you lose, you're gonna win because pin bars don't fail. Even when they fail, they make you money. Because when they fail, you flip it. It's supposed to work. If it doesn't work, you flip it, you go the opposite direction, you're going to make your money back. All right? That's a pin bar. Boom, 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 pin bar. So you can use it in a trend. You can use it against the trend. Sometimes you can use it while the market is going up. If you get a pin bar, you use it with the trend. When the trend is exhausted, you can use the pin bar as a trend reversal signal. The pin bar will tell you that, hey, we likely hit the top. Get ready to take your profits or to turn around, right? Or short the market and make money. So you can use a pin bar to get out or to get in. Type 21 if you pick it up what I'm putting down. You can use it to either get in or to get out. You can use it as a profit-taking signal or as an entry signal. It doesn't matter. You got to know how to use it. Once you understand how to use it, bullish pin bar. You see how clean it is? You got a bearish candle here. Market went down. Pin bar. The moment that the pin bar closes, you get in. You put your stop loss under the pin. That is your fuck around and find out level. If it comes down and closes below that pin, you've gotten it wrong. And if it closes below that pin, you're going to go short and you will make your money back 90% of the time. So either on the way up it's going to work, or if it doesn't work, it will work on the way down. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. I'm telling you, this strategy here, you will not find it in a book. This is a strategy that I noticed myself. I did not read this in a book. Nobody taught me this. I ain't learned this on YouTube. I ain't paid no mentor. I love pin bars so much. I only traded pin bars. So I noticed that my pin bars rarely fail. But even when they fail, they went the opposite direction. So I'm like, man, bet. All I'm going to do is trade pin bars. If they fail, I'm going to short it. If I do a call and the call doesn't work out, I will do a put. We're going to be a replay. Ain't no replays. There's no replays. This is why you got to show up. There's no replay. Sometimes in life, you only have one chance. So the only chance you get, you got to stay focused. You know what I'm saying? Mario, ain't no replays. So there's a pin bar, there's a pin bar, there's a bearish pin bar, whether it has a red body, green body, it doesn't matter. It's telling the same story. There's a bullish pin bar because the leg, the foot is, you get it? Bearish, bullish. So if you see this, you want to go up, the one on the right. When you see that on the left, market is likely to go down. If it doesn't go down, the one on the left, if the one on the left doesn't go down and it goes up and closes above the pin, the bottom, I mean the top of the pin, you go long. You're going to make your money back. This on the right-hand side, these two candles, if they don't go up and they turn around and they go down, short the market, you're going to make money. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? This is $89 trillion worth of gain. I'm telling you, if you hear somebody saying this, they got it from me. I promise you that. If you ever hear anybody repeat this, they got it from me. They didn't get it from nowhere else. They didn't get it from no book. They didn't get it from no YouTube, no guru, no course. This came straight from my brain and my experience. It doesn't matter what time frame. It doesn't matter what time frame. Right? All right, let's keep it going. Tweezer bottom. Tweezer bottom, these are double pin bars with the same, they come down, hit a certain level, pull up. Then the next candle does the same thing. Come down, hit the same, pop up. Tweezer bottom, they are very, very, very effective. Got it from Tracker Guru. Very effective because this is now one pin bar. This is two pin bars rejecting the same level with the same top, about the same size, very effective, right? You put your stop loss under the pin, give it a little bit of room, buy it. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down. If it goes up, you take your profit. If it doesn't go up and you lose because it hit your stop loss, you're going to turn around and you're going to short it. Or you're going to turn around and you're going to buy puts on whatever asset it is. It could be Bitcoin, it could be gold, it could be crude oil, it could be palladium, it could be shit, it could be pussy if you were trading pussy. You know what I'm saying? It works on all assets. You know what I'm saying? It works on everything. It doesn't discriminate. It works. All time frames. It works. So these are all pin bars. All right. You got a standard pin bar. This is a very well-defined bullish pin bar with no wick, right? Very well-defined, clean. This is a pin bar. This is a pin bar. This is a pin bar, right? This is a bearish pin bar. So the ones on the top, they are all telling you the same story, right? Standard pin bar with a nose, pin bar with no real body. All of these you want to go long when you see it at a demand zone, right? Then you have the bearish pin bars. Pin bar, pin bar, pin bar. It doesn't matter whether it has a wick or it has no body. The direction or the story or the play is the same. Please type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Type 21 if you're picking up what I am putting down. 21, 21, 21. Let's keep it going. Pin bars, pin bars. Like I said, the body, where you get 69 from? Get your freaky ass out of here, Chanda. Get your freak, where you get 69? It's 21. So body could be red or green, right? It doesn't matter the body, the story is the same. The story is the same. When you see the pin bars on the left, if you find it at the right spot, it's trying to go up. You see the one on the right, you want to go short. All right. There's a Bitcoin one again. Why did I repeat it? Then you got the engulfing patterns, right? The bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing. Bullish engulfing. This is more or less the same thing as the inside bar, but it's flipped, right? Excuse me. The mother is still a pregnant mother. You play it the same way. It's still a pregnant mother, right? Pregnant mother. You're just looking at it this way. So this, the bullish one, you want to get in at a swing low or at support, right? When the top of the mother candle breaks, you want to go long. Then you put your stop loss under the bottom of the mother candle. So the break and close of the top of the green candle on the left, you going long. Your stop loss is underneath the green candle's foot. So this is it's a bullish signal. You want to buy this at a low point in the market. Swing low, support, pull back, whatever. You want to buy to go up. Bullish engulfing. Then you have bearish engulfing. It's the same thing. But with this, you want to sell or you want to short at a swing high. So like what happened today, the market went up, up, up. So if you're looking at NVIDIA, you're looking at Bitcoin, you're looking at Microsoft on a 30-minute, 60-minute, 2 hours, and you see a bearish engulfing at a swing high or at resistance, you want to short it if it breaks below the low of that red candle. It could be any time frame. Doesn't matter. Any time frame. It doesn't matter. You feel me? You picking up the game? Got about 45 minutes. All right, let me keep it going. So this is what a bullish engulfing candle is. The candle A has a small body. Open, close. Red candle. Candle B, larger body. It engulfs the entire candle on the left-hand side. So your entry is when it closes above the closing, that third candle or the fourth candle or the fifth candle closes above the closing price of candle B, you go long. You put your stop loss under the opening price. Give it a little bit of room. That is your risk. If it comes back down and it kicks you out, you got it wrong. But this works about 80 to 90% of the time. You know, keep it going. Again, there's another picture, bullish engulfing. It has to engulf, totally eat the small candle, right? It has to be big enough to cover the entire body of the previous candle. Who is learning here? If you are learning, say Cook, we ain't even hit the Bitcoin thing. I think I'm gonna push it to 9:30. Cook, all right, let's keep it going. So this is something a lot of people don't understand, right? This has the same effect as this. Let me say it again. This, a bullish engulfing candle has the same effect of a pin bar. A bullish engulfing candle has the same effect of a pin bar. So essentially, a bullish engulfing candle is a pin bar. Say bullish engulfing is a pin bar. Type bullish engulfing is a pin bar. I want you to type in the comments. Bullish engulfing is a pin bar. Is a pin bar, is a pin bar. So if I love pin bars, then I love bullish engulfing because I'm trading them the same way from the same places. If you see this, or even if you see a bigger red candle, if you extrapolate it, it's a pin bar. It's a pin bar. It's a pin bar. Bearish engulfing is a pin bar too. So you see that? This is open is still, this still engulfs the body of the previous one, right? A bearish engulfing is a pin bar. A bearish engulfing is a pin bar. Type bearish engulfing is a bearish pin bar. 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 Bearish engulfing is a bearish, hey, bearish. You know what I'm saying? You getting it? So if you like pin bars, then you should like bearish engulfing at a swing high because it has the same effect. It's telling you the same story. So if a bearish engulfing fails, what do you do? Or if a bullish engulfing fails, what do you do? Somebody type in the chart so I know you type. If a bullish engulfing fails, what do you do? If a bullish engulfing fails, you reverse because you do the same shit that the pin bar does. It's a pin bar. So in real life, in real time, Home Depot, right, came down, pin bar over there. You can look at this chart. Look at the top here. Can y'all see my cursor? Can anybody see my cursor? Nah, I can't zoom. I mean, you gonna make me fuck something up. Do you see my cursor on the screen? Do you see my cursor on the screen? Yes? What do you see up there? Do you see the bearish engulfing? You see that? That is a bearish engulfing at a swing high at the top. If you see that bearish engulfing, it engulfed how many candles? It engulfed 1, 2, 3 candles. Do you see that? Look at the top here. They're very high. It even engulfed the pin bar. So it was a combination of a bearish engulfing, but also a failed pin bar, which technically you wouldn't be trading that pin bar, but that gives it more weight. So you see that? Everybody, can you see it? Let me know you see it on the top, right up here. Bearish engulfing swing high. You see it? You would have shorted it. You're not seeing the top. Look at the top. You can't see my cursor. Those are the babies. It had 1, 2, 3 babies. I am on the top. My cursor is up there. The highest point you can see before the market came down. On the top, you see a bearish engulfing candle at the swing high, at the top, all-time high. You short it, you would have made money. Then you wait for it to come down, you find support, you wait. Okay, now look at this one. Do you see my cursor here? You see my cursor here, right? Look at my cursor. Type yes if you can see me circling my cursor. Type yes if you can see me circle. That is a bullish engulfing bar. Do you see the bullish engulfing bar? So this bullish engulfing bar, you would have bought it, put your stop loss right under the green candle. Anitra, right here at August, look at August. Trace down August, right here, August. You see? Because there was a support zone there. Bullish engulfing, you would have entered. This is a daily chart. Entered, you would have accepted your risk, put your stop loss under the green candle, and then boom, 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 bam, 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 bam. Made money on the way up, right? So Walmart, we got into this. Walmart, I called a 5-star play. Walmart went to damn near 104. This is current. So you can see November. And when I have time, I will show you this in real time, right? so that you can see it. This is a screenshot, but I can show you in real time. Just want to make sure I get to my offer first. All right, look at gold. Gold, I call this too. Gold, look at the pin bars. This is almost a tweezer bottom. I call this in the Discord. When gold hit here, I said, watch gold at this level. Now, I thought it was going to go up higher, but at the end of the day, it still made you money, right? And when it closed below, you would have shorted it because a good pin bar is not supposed to fail. Good pin bars are not supposed to fail, right? 2 pin bars at support. Very effective. You know what I'm saying? And when it doesn't work, you go the opposite direction. So it's a win-win strategy. There's a SPY. Look at SPY on the 2-week chart. Went up, gave you a pin bar with a baby. This is a pin bar with a baby. This is a pin bar with a baby. The moment SPY broke above here, it's been running up ever since. So you can trade it on a higher time frame, lower time frame, whatever, right? It's going to make you money. You just have to know where to take your profits. NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I call this on Instagram as a free play. And I got the screenshots, I got the proof, I got the receipts I'm going to show you, right? So you see it, market broke up, came down, went up, came down again. Pin bar with another pin bar. Once NVIDIA broke, it's been running ever since. And now it's getting exhausted, right? We getting a bearish pin bar at the top. You feel me? Okay. How are we doing? Are we cooking? Are we cooking or are we cooking? You learning? You learning? You learning? Let me give you $88 trillion worth of gain. Keep cooking, church. All right. This is the VIX. This is how you can use the VIX to see what is about to happen, right? You can use the VIX to make a lot of fucking money. So the VIX is the volatility index, right? Fear and greed index. But you will notice, look at every time the VIX peaked, something happened, right? Every time the VIX peaked, look, the screenshot didn't go to 2008, but you will notice the highest point of the VIX is the COVID pandemic. So when the pandemic happened, this shows a lot of fear. So there was so much fear during COVID. That means when the VIX is going up, the stock market is going down. So look at all the extreme peaks. You will notice that over here in August, when the Trump tariff thing happened, the VIX hit, boom, went up to 64. And then it simmers down, right? Hits, then it simmers down. No, this one was August. I mean, this was August of last year, and this one was April. So if you are watching this, the VIX is not going to stay at 60 or 70 or 80 for too long. So when you see the VIX up, what does it tell you? You should be positioning yourself to buy SPY or to buy NVIDIA. Because when the VIX goes up that high, that means there's a lot of fear. But the fear doesn't last too long, right? It may last for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, maybe 1 month. So understanding this, if you see this, it's going to happen again. So pay attention to the VIX at 31, at 43, at 60, at 68. If it happens again, this is the time you want to capitalize. And let me show you even something better. Not only do you buy the actual stocks, you buy the peasant stocks, right? You remember the peasant stocks that I put on Instagram? So instead of buying Tesla, you could buy TSLL. You could buy the leverage and then give yourself about 3 months or 6 months or 8 months. You're going to make so much money because the VIX doesn't last up high too long. So if you look at the VIX goes up, the SPY, when recently, when the VIX hit 460, 60, SPY hit 490. But imagine if you bought the leverage SPY, right? Or TQQQ, right? That is giving you leverage, right? And then you bought options on that, and you bought 6 months or 8 months. You making stupid money on stupid money on stupid money because you understand that this will not last. Man, type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. If the VIX goes up, SPY goes down. So when you see the VIX going up, you know that SPY, there's fear. So people are selling. This shows you that there's fear in the market. But the fear will not last too long. So you see how we have a lot of pin bars on the VIX, right? A lot of pin bars on the VIX. So when the VIX goes up, that means SPY is down a lot. Then you buy. But at the same time, when the VIX comes down to like 8 or 12 or 15, you got to watch it. That means people are getting overconfident. That means SPY is trading at an all-time high. That means get ready to take some profits. It could mean so many things. You just got to know how to use it. You picking up what we putting down? If the VIX goes up, SPY is down. So you can look at it today, and I'm going to show you. No. God damn, hold on. Damn, I missed one of my stuff. Okay, so boom. You see this? You see, this happened today. So this is today. This is not 20 years ago or 50 years ago or 100 years ago. You see how on the VIX is on the right side, SPY is on the left side. So you see when the VIX started going up, so look at the shaded yellow on the VIX. The VIX is on the right side. When VIX started going up, SPY started coming down. You see when SPY found a bottom, the VIX gave us a pin bar. Look at the pin bar on the VIX. Do you see that? This is a pin bar on the VIX on the 15-minute on a swing high. You got another pin bar on SPY on the 15-minute at support with a gap fill. SPY started going up, VIX started coming down. It's really that simple. Type 21 if you picking up what I'm putting down. So you can use this to get a feel, a gauge of what is really happening. You know what I'm saying? Old man Warren Buffett says risk comes from not knowing what the fuck you're doing. That's really what he wanted to say. Risk comes from not knowing what the fuck you're doing. If you know what you're doing and you wait, you ain't scared of risk because you've accepted whatever. You understand that anything can happen. You put in the work, you've accepted whatever. I can lose because it's a game of probability, right? All right, now we go into Bitcoin, right? We get in there. So my whole thing is in my Discord, in my community, we learn technical analysis to extract money from Wall Street, and then we take it to Block Street. We buy Bitcoin with it. We store our money, our fiat, our energy in Bitcoin. And this is me 6 years ago. I just didn't start talking about this. I've been given this game, right? When I made this post, look at the market cap of Bitcoin. Bitcoin was a 70 billion market cap. Bitcoin is damn near 2 trillion market cap. So the information that I'm giving you this conversation we are having today, 6 years from now, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, Bitcoin may be at a 20 trillion market cap. Because when I was posting this, people probably thought I was crazy, right? I said cryptocurrency and blockchain technology is at its infancy. We are where the internet was in 1995. I remember when nobody knew what the internet was and how to use an email. Today it's become part of our daily routines. Cryptocurrency will revolutionize the world, and this revolution will be blocked, right? It will be posted. It will be televised. It shall be shared. Stay tuned and stay woke. You see that? The market cap of Bitcoin was 70 billion. 6 years later, the market cap of Bitcoin is 2 trillion. So you not paying attention, you could have made so much money, right? 2 years ago, I said Bitcoin is beating US stock market. Bitcoin was at 27K, right? Ethereum was at 1,700. Binance Coin 331. Bitcoin is at 100K or 99K or whatever. And people are crying, oh, Bitcoin is down. If you bought Bitcoin at 27K, you don't give a shit whether it went to 120 and came down to 100. You still up, right? You bought it at 27, you still up. If you bought it at 30, you up. If you bought it at 50, you up. You know what I'm saying? It's only the people who come in late or people who are trading Bitcoin that get it fucked up. So I want you to understand Bitcoin has been outperforming everything. Everything. So Bitcoin is the new hurdle rate. Bitcoin is what you need to be in order for an investment to be attractive. If whatever investment you are putting your money in is not outperforming Bitcoin, take it and shove it somewhere the sun don't shine, right? All right. I've been given so much fucking game, right? Remember, I posted this on Instagram March 17th. Bitcoin was at 83K. I said you can buy 1 million Satoshis for only $850 today. Bitcoin was at 83K. March 17th. When Bitcoin gets to $1 million, this 850 magically turns to about 10 grand. When Bitcoin hits $10 million, which it will, it's just a matter of when, the $850 will turn into 100K. You have to understand Bitcoin is money itself. Bitcoin is what we do with the profits we take from trading pin bars. So you trade the pin bars, you get money, you take that money, and then you buy better money because Bitcoin is a better form of money. Bitcoin is not competing with whatever the fuck else you're doing, right? Bitcoin is competing with all money. So when you get your cash, when you get your profits from selling a house, from your 9 to 5 or whatever, you park it in Bitcoin. If you had parked it in Bitcoin at 83K, you wouldn't care if it's at 99 because you made money. You see what I'm saying? You've made money on your money. Bitcoin is money that makes you money. It's just money that makes you so much money that people think it's an investment. It's just money. So we save in Bitcoin. So if you were paying attention to this, you would have made money on your 850. Your 850 is now worth more than what it was. Type 21 if you picking up what I'm putting down. So in my Discord, in my community, what we do is we extract money from wherever, 9 to 5, cutting grass, selling shit, trading shit, coins, stocks, whatever. And then you take the profits, you buy Bitcoin. And I've been saying it. It was 83. You know what the price is today, right? And we on a Bitcoin standard. So I use a Bitcoin debit card, right? I use a Bitcoin debit card. So whenever I spend cash, I get Bitcoin back. Fold. I already put all my people on. So you getting rewards in Bitcoin on money you would have spent anyway. You feel what I'm saying? On money you would have spent anyway. You would have went to Chipotle anyway. You would have spent that $25 at Panera Bread anyway. Imagine getting Bitcoin back and that Bitcoin goes up 10x, right? You making free money. You know what I'm saying? It's not a bank. It's called Fold, right? So what we do buying Bitcoin, you're not really buying Bitcoin. You are selling fiat. You are selling old trash money for a better form of money. So whenever you buy Bitcoin, it's an exchange, right? It's an exchange. You exchanging an inferior form of money for a superior form of money. You get it? You get it? Type 21 if you're picking it up. I'm trying to be done by like 9:30 because I don't want anybody to leave without getting the offer. But I want you to understand the mission, what we are doing. I want you to understand that we trade to buy Bitcoin. All right? Free game. The best investors in the world are not crackheads. The best investors in the world are really good at doing nothing for a long period of time. And that's what Bitcoin does. Bitcoin outperforms all the crackheads, all the trading, all the stuff. So if you're going to be a crackhead and you're good at being a crackhead, get the money and park it in Bitcoin so that Bitcoin can go make more money for you. That's the whole point. Because if you keep on playing the crackhead games, you will make the money and you will blow it all again. So make the money, take a little bit of it, park it in Bitcoin, let Bitcoin go do the heavy lifting for you because it's a superior form of money, right? What's the difference between Bitcoin, Sats, and it's the same shit. Sats is Bitcoin, Bitcoin is Sats. So 6 years ago, I said free game. Bitcoin will likely 10x in 6 to 7 years, right? 6 years ago, I posted this when Bitcoin hit 10K, right? Today, we at 100K. So when people are crying, oh, Bitcoin is going down, if you bought it at 10K, which I did, you are up 900%. You made $90,000 free money, right? 6 years ago. So imagine another 6 or 7 years ago, or 7 years from now, if Bitcoin goes to $1 million in 7 years or 8 years, every $1 buys $10. Every 10,000 buys 100,000. Every 100,000 you put away becomes $1 million. That's the same thing that I did here 10 years ago, right? This isn't somebody's screenshot. This is me telling people in real time when it was 3K, 4K, 5K, 10K, 11K, right? So you're not investing in Bitcoin. If you took your paycheck and you put it in Bitcoin, if you took $10,000 of your savings and you put it in Bitcoin, you got a 1,000% raise. That's basically what happened. If you took $100,000 and you bought 10 Bitcoins with it, your 100,000 is now worth $1 million. That's 10 years of your salary. So let's say you get 100K a year and you are able to take 100K, save 100K in Bitcoin, you bought 10 years of your salary, right? Let's keep it going. You don't need 100 stocks to make money. You can day trade. You can swing trade. You can be a crackhead. Take the money, park it in Bitcoin. You don't need to park your money in stocks because stocks are shit coins too, right? Stocks are propped up by the system itself. Bitcoin, not crypto. Know the difference. I don't want to hear, oh, crypto, use it. You have to understand. Bitcoin, not crypto. We park our money in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is a protocol and a technology. Bitcoin is the foundation itself. Don't ever get it twisted. Don't ever fix your mouth to say, oh, Ethereum, it's not the same. Those are apps. Bitcoin is the internet. Those are apps on the internet. Those are companies that use internet. Bitcoin is the internet itself. Bitcoin is electricity itself, right? So don't mix electricity with Exxon. Don't mix electricity with Duke Energy. Don't mix electricity with some oil company. Bitcoin is the oil itself. You get it? Price of a home in Bitcoin. So in 2016, if you made money in the stock market, if you made money from your job, and instead of putting it in a savings account, you bought Bitcoin with it, right? It would have cost you 664 Bitcoins in 2016 at home, one home, right? That 664 Bitcoin is about $81 million, right? Over here, 2020, a regular home. So you will notice that the value of the home goes up in dollars, right? It's the same home, nothing changes. The technology doesn't change. The home is not giving you more value, right? But in Bitcoin, everything gets cheaper. So instead of it costing you 664 Bitcoins in 2016, in 2020, it would have cost you 45 Bitcoins to buy a home. In 2024, 6.6. In 2025, about 3.7 or 4 Bitcoins. In about 2028, when Bitcoin goes up, it's going to probably cost you half a Bitcoin. So Bitcoin allows everything to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, while on the fiat standard, everything gets more expensive. So you think the value of your home is going up because real estate is so real estate is so great, right? It's the best store of value. No, it's not. The only reason why your home is going up is because they printing so much money. They are diluting the money in the system that is costing you more money. Your house is not doing anything better, right? But Bitcoin has a fixed amount. So every Bitcoin you have is going to be worth more. Every cash you have is going to be worth less because it's not special. They just stopped printing that. They printed the last bunch of US pennies because it's costing them so much to print it, right? Every Bitcoin is earned. Every Bitcoin is intentional. Every Bitcoin is mined. It costs about 60 to 80,000 to mine a Bitcoin versus with the feds, they just print shit out their asses, right? We'll get to that. Aim to own one Bitcoin by 2028 or you are fucked, right? So your ultimate goal, whatever the price of Bitcoin is, the price doesn't matter. The goal is to own one Bitcoin, whether it's at 60K, 70K, 80K, 90K, 100K, 150K. Your goal is to own one Bitcoin because one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin. One Bitcoin is 1 out of 21 million Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't get its value based on how much dollars it costs. One Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, whether it's at 10K or 5K or 20K. So your goal is to try to own one by 2028. I can't go into detail. We'll be on here for another 3 hours, right? But if you're in the Discord, you're going to get all that game. But if you don't get to one Bitcoin by 2028, forget it. You are not, you done. Right? In my Discord, Blockstreet, last couple of weeks, my group, my members bought $53,000 worth of Bitcoin. So what I'm talking about, that's not like in theory, we actually doing it, right? We make money, we buy Bitcoin. From your job, whatever, from your trading, you store your value in Bitcoin because we know that so long as the feds continue to print money, so long as Bitcoin is the superior form of money, every time you get a piece of Bitcoin, you get in a piece of a superior asset that cannot be manipulated. So this 53K, if Bitcoin 10x's, we basically spend 53K to buy 500K. You feel what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? All right. Know the difference. Some of you guys don't understand. You'll be following fake gurus who don't even understand the difference, right? Fiat currency is that only central banks can print money. That is the dollar, right? The US dollar. $5. You can't print it. I can't print it. So only central banks US dollar, European euros, Nigerian naira, only their central banks print it. Only the people in control can print it. Cryptocurrency, XRP, Solana, Ethereum, anyone can print it. Those are what shitcoins are. So don't you ever put Bitcoin in the same category. Bitcoin, no one can print it. You earn it. Proof of work. You have to mine it. Nobody can print it. That is the difference. So fiat, central banks print it. Crypto, anybody, you can create your own crypto. That's your own cash. That is why we have about 20 million cryptos, because everybody wants to create their own shit, right? But Bitcoin, what makes it unique is nobody can manipulate it. Nobody can print it. You have to earn it. You have to mine it. You have to extract it from the future to the present. And it's only 21 million. And out of the 21 million, about 5 million is lost forever. So it's actually about 16 million. So we have a growing population that is all demanding something that you cannot make more of, right? So naturally, the value is going to go up. Not just because, but because it embodies everything that true money is supposed to be. It's not a game. Bitcoin is a better form of gold. It's a better form of cash. It's a better form of a house, store of value, right? So it's everything that we wanted. And you know how like people want to put some money in gold and put some money in real estate and put some money here? Bitcoin is everything. So you were able to get everything you wanted in a house in gold, but in a digital asset that doesn't cost you anything to maintenance. With Bitcoin, you don't need a credit score. So some of you guys, oh, my credit is my everything. Fuck your credit. If you have Bitcoin, Bitcoin is now the collateral you need. So nobody asks you anything. If you have 100K worth of Bitcoin, you can get up to 50K right away, no questions asked. Nobody needs to know what food you ate. Nobody needs to know which religious group you belong to. Nobody needs to know which school you went to. Bitcoin is the new credit score. So while some of you are chasing the regular credit, which is fake money, this is real money. And if you have a piece, you can now borrow against it so you don't sell it, right? And you can go use the money to spend, because you don't want to spend something that you can't make more of. You want to spend the cash that they make more of every day. Type 21 if you're picking up what I put it down. You get it? You get it? You get it? We cooking? Is we cooking? Is we cooking? Is we cooking? We cooking? We cooking? All right. So together, we are all tired. We are all tired. You are working more, you're getting older, but your money is not able to set you free. So together, Bitcoin is money for the people. Together we rise and we say, fuck the system. Because when we have Bitcoin, we don't have to play the games of the system, right? We have a form of money that nobody can take away from you. Nobody can manipulate it. Nobody can print more. Nobody can change the rules of it. The rules are set in stone. It has never been hacked. It's been online for 17 years. It's still going, right? So this is us. This is the money for people who are tired of being manipulated, all right? Fiat, the government, everybody else, they steal your energy. They steal your time. You can't buy your time back. But Bitcoin gives it back to you, because Bitcoin allows you to work, take the money, and then it will go 10x it, 20x it, 15x it for you. The fiat is taking your energy that you can't buy back, and it just drains you and drains you and drains you, and you complain and you think, I need to work more. No, you don't need to work more. You need a better system. You need a system that values your time. And that's what Bitcoin does. So if you take your money and you store it in Bitcoin instead of storing it in the melting ice cubes of the dollar, which drains you, Bitcoin is going to take that 10K savings and turn it into 100K, right? Bitcoin is going to take that 10K emergency fund and turn it into 50K, right? Man, fuck Zcash. Did you hear me saying we talking about Bitcoin? We ain't doing no shit coin. Zcash was printed by somebody. We don't want anything that could be manipulated, right? We don't want anything that could be manipulated. We are only interested in money, the real form of money. So this is how it started. Money started from shells, cowries, right? Then metallic currency, right? Then dollars. We are here. Digital currency. Bitcoin is king, right? Time in the market beats time in the market. So we are not trading Bitcoin. We are saving in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a savings account. You're not trying to trade. We only, in my Discord, we only use Bitcoin to trade shitcoins because that is the goal. The goal of shitcoin, Zcash, XRP, Ethereum is to trade. So we trade it because why would you want to hold it when they just printed it out of nowhere, right? There's no incentive or reason for you to store something that could be manipulated and created, right? So you take the cash that you get from idiots, right? Because there's a lot of people, there's a lot of idiots in the crypto space. So the goal is to extract the cash from the idiots and then go put it, pocket in the superior asset. So you shouldn't be trading Bitcoin. You should be saving in Bitcoin. What do you save? Your 9-to-5 money, the sales from your real estate, the money you get from the stock market, money you get from selling shit coins, money you get from selling crack, money you get from selling your ass, from prostitution, whatever you do to get money, nobody is judging you. Take the money and park it in Bitcoin so you don't have to continue being a prostitute. So you don't have to continue doing OnlyFans. So you don't have to continue selling crack to kill the kids in your neighborhood, right? We listen and we do job. We listen, but we also judge. I am a judger, but I'm keeping it real, right? So we don't care how you get the money. Get the money. You don't even need to know how to trade, right? Do your 9-to-5 the same way you've been doing it. If you do your 9-to-5 and you're making 50K and you continue to buy Bitcoin, in 5 to 6 years, you will get about a 5x raise. You will get about a 500% raise. Even if your boss never gives you a raise, Bitcoin will give you a raise. You feel me? Bitcoin is king. So it's Bitcoin, then it's gold, then it's stocks, then it's real estate, then it's crypto, then it's fiat, right? These are all shit, right? These can all be manipulated. You can find more gold. If, you have money, you can mine and, extract as much gold because gold is not finite. Bitcoin is stocks. They do stock splits. They do stock buybacks. They manipulate it. Real estate is supposed to be lived in. Houses are supposed to be lived in. They are not stores of value. A house is not how you build wealth. A house is supposed to be lived in. Crypto is just for retarded people, right? Fiat is retarded people in higher office manipulating everybody. That's what cash is. They disrespect us. They extract our time and our energy, right? Crypto is regular people disrespecting us, right? Printing shit that ain't worth nothing. Real estate is just a home, and people are overusing it for more than what it is, right? A house is supposed to be lived in. Stocks, another manipulated shit. Gold, they call it God's money, but it's not the best form of money. So Bitcoin has taken every little bit, the flaws from everything on here, and it has perfected it. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. 30 minutes, 30 more minutes. I thought I could do it by 9, but it's too much sauce. It's too much sauce. I thought I could do it by 9, but let's keep it going. We still got like almost 160 people on here. So this is Bitcoin versus gold. So all the people who say gold, but I think gold is better. You haven't done the research, right? We state facts. We use facts. We don't care about opinions, right? Opinions are like buttholes. Everybody has one, right? Pause. So we are looking at numbers. This is Bitcoin versus gold. Gold is doing about 4%, right? Annually. Bitcoin, we at like 99%. You can't fight with numbers. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. So you can look at Bitcoin from 2012, Bitcoin 189%, gold 6%. 2013, 5,000% gold minus 28. 2014, Bitcoin went down, gold was at 0. 2015, 34, gold 11. 2016, 124, 9%. So if you were storing your money, which asset would you want to store your money in? The asset that is giving you about 6% annual returns, or the asset that is giving you about 100% annual returns, right? How major asset classes has performed since 2020? Look at Bitcoin. You cannot compare. Sometimes you guys allow these gurus with shiny shit and big platforms to make noise without you doing the research. That's why in crypto and Bitcoin, we say you don't trust, you verify. Don't let anybody swindle you, right? Don't let anybody lie to you. Do the research yourself, right? Bitcoin, 300%, 66%, 2022 went down, 2023, 156, 2024, 121%. It has outperformed everything. High yield bonds, cash, investment grade bonds, NASDAQ, commodities, REITs. So look at real estate. 2020 minus 4%. 2021, 40%. 2022 minus 26. 2023, 11.8. 2024, 4%. So at the end of the day, everything you put in something else is the opportunity cost of not putting it in Bitcoin. So if cash or high yield bonds or gold or stocks cannot outperform Bitcoin, then what is the point? What is the point of your diversification? It's costing you. The money you could have put in the superior money, you were putting it in something else because your grandfather or your grandma or your mom or some stupid guru told you you should diversify. No, you put it in the best asset. You want to get 300%, 500%, or you want to get 5%? Do you want to retire early, or do you want to be a bitch to the government? Right? So this is where we get in with the broke nigga shit, right? So people who can buy Palantir at 184, you could have bought this. But imagine if you understood how the VIX and the market works. And then when the VIX is high, instead of buying Palantir, you would have bought PTIR, the broke nigger option. And this is what we're going to do moving forward, right? This is how we're going to play it. We watching it, the market drops, VIX goes up. We're not buying Palantir. We're going to buy 2x long at the bottom. We're going to hold it for like 6 months, 8 months, 900%. And this is not even options. Please type in the chat, say this is not options. This is just buying the ETF itself. Imagine if you bought options on the ETF. The ETF itself did 937%. And then if you buy options on it, you know how much money you are making? I'm trying to tell you something. It's not options. This is from Robinhood. It's not options. So Palantir would have killed it, right? 331% is insane. But imagine if you did this instead. This is in the past year. Imagine if you are using the VIX, if you're using the pin bars, if you're using support and resistance, and you in a community that understands what the fuck they are doing, a community that is looking at the big picture, you would have made about probably 5,000%. then you're going to take part of it, go buy Bitcoin, let Bitcoin go hustle for you. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Bitcoin books. I told you, even if you don't sign up, even if you don't fuck with us, when you leave, I want you to leave with something. I want you to leave with something. I want your mind to be elevated. I want you to be inspired. I want you to want more for yourself. I want you to go read for yourself. Don't take it from me. Go read the Bitcoin Standard. Go read the Psychology of Money. Go read Bitcoin 1 million. Go read Bitcoin Billionaires. Go read The Price of Tomorrow. Go read the Bitcoin Guidebook. Go read the Fiat Standard. Go read the Big Print, right? Take a screenshot if you need to take a screenshot. Like I said, I want you to leave with something. You feel me? Here's another one. Top 4, right? Broken money. Because you're not going to hold your Bitcoin until you understand that the system is broken. You're not going to hold your Bitcoin until you understand that the system is a problem. You're going to trade Bitcoin because you think Bitcoin is just another asset. You think Bitcoin is like a stock. No, Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is the fixed money. Broken money is what we have. Bitcoin is the fixed money, right? So you got to read The Price of Tomorrow, right? Read the Bitcoin Standard. That's like the Bitcoin Bible. The Big Print, another dope one. All of these, you can get it on Audible. You can get, if you don't want to read, you can get it on Audible, do the audiobook. Fiat, right? Man, you gotta slow the time. Oh, you want to take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Come on. I'm trying to hit it by 9:30, man. And I have read about 90-something% of these books, right? That is how you learn. You're not just going to learn because the information comes to you. You have to go earn it. Proof of work. You have to put in the work. You see that? Is that when you see pin bars, you can't unsee it. So imagine understanding the pin bars, understanding price action, and understanding that the system is fucked. So I'm going to utilize my knowledge to extract fiat and buy Bitcoin. That's what you're doing. You exchanging the fake money, the trash money for a superior money, and that superior money is going to go work for you. But you have to read these books. You have to understand. You have to elevate yourself. Otherwise, you're going to be chasing this. We don't chase this. We don't chase this. We get this and we trade it for Bitcoin, right? And then what do? Huh? Anyway, carry on. There's a Bitcoin clock, right? Bitcoin clock. So Bitcoin has its own clock. I'm not going to go into it, but you need to understand everything that is on here, right? In order for you to hold Bitcoin from 100K, or even if it goes to 70K or 80K, in order for you to huddle from 80K back to 120 or $1 million, you have to understand this. You have to understand the brains, how it works, right? You need to build your conviction. So there's a Bitcoin clock, and then there's the debt clock. This is the clock that you depend on. Actually, right now, the national debt is at 38 trillion, and they're about to print more money. So by the time Trump leaves office, this joint is going to be at like 40-something trillion dollars. This is literally dilution of your energy. Every citizen owes more than one Bitcoin, right? Everything, every citizen, every baby, if you got kids, your kids owe more than one Bitcoin. They in debt. Debt per citizen, 109K. Debt per taxpayer, 300,000. That's a house. Every citizen owes about a house. Look at the national debt. They don't give a fuck about you. So if you don't go look for a superior system, a better system that respects your time, you're going to work. And every time you work, they dilute the shit. That is why you are complaining. That is why you are working harder, but the amount of money you're getting ain't buying shit. It's costing you more to get half of the shit you used to get because the system itself is fucked. So this is the system you want to be on. The clock that respects your time. The clock that cannot be manipulated, not the clock that is being manipulated. You feel me? Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. I'm going to be done and give you my offer by 9:30 or before. So Bitcoin is eating everything. Bitcoin is the superior asset. Bitcoin is the superior money. Bitcoin is not competing with stocks. Bitcoin is not competing with Apple, with XRP. Bitcoin is a protocol. Bitcoin is a technology. Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is coming for everything. And once people start to understand that Bitcoin is a better asset, then they are going to sell their real estate for Bitcoin. They are going to sell their index funds for Bitcoin. They are going to sell their gold for Bitcoin. They are going to sell their bonds for Bitcoin. That is how Bitcoin is going to grow. Bitcoin is not as big yet because people don't understand the problem yet. People don't understand that we have a broken system. People don't understand that we have a broken money, right? So if you don't recognize the problem, you're not going to recognize the solution, right? You think, oh, I'm just trading it. No, you don't trade it. Once people start to understand, they're going to realize that it costs a lot to maintenance gold, to transport gold. It costs a lot to maintenance a house. You got to fix the roof. You got to pay property taxes, stocks, right? Bonds. It's not giving you enough return. So once people understand that Bitcoin is giving them 30, 40%, what do you think they're going to do? They're only going to buy a house to live in. They're not going to buy a house to invest. They're not going to buy 2, 3 homes to get 5% or 3% a year, barely beating inflation. They're going to take that money and park it in Bitcoin because Bitcoin is giving you about 40, 50% annually without doing nothing. So once people educate themselves, they are moving their asset from all of this into Bitcoin. That's how it grows. So it's just a matter of lack of knowledge. And with time, the more people get educated, the more they're going to move. They're going to sell. They're going to trade. Because everybody who invests in real estate, they invest in because they want to store their value. They want their value to grow. So once you come to understand that there's a better asset, you will be a fool to still stay in the asset that is costing you time, headache, and you're not making anything, right? You only buy a house to live in. You see what I'm saying? Bitcoin will do to banks what email did to the postal industry. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Who understands the Bitcoin equation? So there's a Bitcoin math. Bitcoin has its own math, right? A lot of people just think we just buying Bitcoin to just flip it. No, you have to understand it to store it. You have to understand it to hodl, right? It has a programmed math, right? It has 32 halvings, right? At 210,000 blocks, it halves. The first halving, you were getting 50 Bitcoins for every block mined. After every 210,000 blocks, it halves. Right now, we are 3 point whatever, right? So this is the complete schedule of Bitcoin. We are here. I want you to understand, you are so lucky. If you are here, please type, say, I am early. Type in the chat, say, I am early. You are super, super duper early. Everybody here is part of the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, right? We are so early. By the time a lot of people get to understand it, it's going to be like 2050, 2048, 2060. So we are here. We've only had 1, 2, 3, 4 halvings. No, you get less Bitcoin. So if you look at where it says block reward, right? Before the first halving, every Bitcoin mined, you got 50 Bitcoins, right? After it halves, you get 25. After it halves again, you get 12.5. After it halves, so the halving is basically dividing it by 2. So after it halves again, 6.25. Right now, we at this halving. So every Bitcoin mine, you're getting 3.125 Bitcoin. In 2028, the block reward is going to have from 3.125 to 1.56, right? 2032, it goes from 1.56 to 0.78. By that time, 98% of all Bitcoins would have been mined. So by the year 2040, 99.6% of all Bitcoins would have been mined. And you will be getting only 0.19 Bitcoins per block mine, right? So Bitcoin is the opposite. You're getting less and less and less and less and less until the year 2140, where the last Bitcoin will be mined. So you are up here and you have about 3 to 4 years to get as much Bitcoin as you can, because the more people get educated, the rich people, the billionaires and multimillionaires are going to try to buy as much as they can, which is going to push the price up. And by that time, you will not be able to get one Bitcoin. You picking up what I'm putting down? So the halving makes it more difficult to get Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is the opposite of the system we have. It's deflationary, not inflationary. You're working harder to earn less Bitcoins. So if you own a Bitcoin and the price goes up, now you can work less, because the Bitcoin basically provides for your life. Bitcoin rewards people who take time to buy it. So there's a saying that you buy Bitcoin at a price you deserve. You buy Bitcoin at a price you understand. So if it takes you until 2040 or 2050 to understand it, you may be buying one Bitcoin at $10 million. You feel me? Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. If you save in dollars and not Bitcoin, you don't understand money yet. So there's a lot of people who are saving their money in savings account and high yield savings account that is giving them 3%, 4%. They don't know any better, right? They are in the system. They've been programmed. They think they know, but they don't know, right? So here's the thing. Do you have money? No. Do you have a job? No. Find a job, study Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, right? Do you have money? Not for Bitcoin. That means you're an idiot. You don't understand Bitcoin. Study Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. Do you have money? Do you have money? Yes, buy Bitcoin. It's really that simple. At the end of the day, it ends at buying Bitcoin. So if you don't have a job, find a job, get money, study Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. That is the ultimate destination of everything you do, because it respects your time and it takes your energy that you exchange for your job and it grows it for you, right? So Dave Ramsey said, how to invest your money. Blah, 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 buy this, grow stocks, blah, blah. I said, shut up. Buy Bitcoin. End of story. Make money, buy Bitcoin. Don't complicate this. Oh, buy this and some bonds and some real estate and ETFs. Shut the fuck up. Make your money, park it in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is going to grow at 10x. Your savings account, your stock market is giving you 10%, if that, right? Do you want 1,000% or do you want 7%? So we don't care about this old, outdated shit, right? It's not going to work for you. It's not going to work for your kids. So this is what people don't understand. Now, this part is going to be good. This is what people don't understand. So if you're looking at the left, right, on the left-hand side, we are looking at Apple priced in dollars. So when you look at Apple, you're like, oh my goodness, Apple is growing. Man, if I had bought Apple, blah, 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 until you price Apple in Bitcoin. So on the right-hand side is Apple in Bitcoin. So when you price Apple in Bitcoin, Apple stock is going down, right? That means the opportunity cost of you buying Apple instead of buying Bitcoin, you lost. Everything is trending to zero against Bitcoin. So if you price your house in the dollars, it looks like the value of your house is going up. until you price it in gold, until you price it in Bitcoin, then you realize that, oh shit. And this is what I was trying to explain, that the alcoholic guru, Alexandria. This is what I was trying to explain to her. And that's why I said I don't hold equities, because once you understand that everything is trending down against Bitcoin, why the fuck would I put my money in that? I'm going to make money from that and take it and put it in Bitcoin. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? So it's not just Apple. It's everything. It's everything. It's pretty much everything trends to zero. Your house, your cars, your best investments, NVIDIA. So this is Apple. How about Tesla? You look at Tesla on the left. Tesla is amazing. Everybody, let's buy Tesla. So even Aristotle and Chris Johnson were going, at it, right? Somebody is saying, Aristotle is saying, the stock market is better, until you look at it like this, right? So this is what Chris Johnson was trying to explain, that it looks like the stock market is making money until you price it in Bitcoin, until you price it in gold. Then you realize that, why the fuck would I put my money into something that creates an illusion of it going up, because it's priced in the dollars that is being manipulated. It's priced in a money that is being diluted. So of course you're gonna need more cash to buy Apple. You're gonna need more cash to buy a house. You're gonna need more cash to buy groceries. But when it comes to Bitcoin, you need less for everything. Everything in Bitcoin costs you less. So when you price Tesla in Bitcoin, Tesla has been trending down ever since. You price it in dollars. This is how they get you. Type 21 if you're picking up this game. This should turn on a light bulb in your head, right? This is why you don't chase stocks, right? It's not just Tesla. Now let's go. Maybe NVIDIA is different. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA making amazing returns. Everybody, NVIDIA, until you look at NVIDIA in Bitcoin. Trending down, trending down, trending down. You see that, right? I'm not making this up. Okay, how about gold? Oh, gold is doing amazing. Look at fucking gold. I told you, gold is a better asset. Shut the fuck up. Gold is priced in dollars. The dollars is being manipulated. The dollars is losing about 7% of its value every year. So of course, it looks like gold is going up till you price it in Bitcoin and you realize that it ain't going nowhere but down. Nothing is outperforming Bitcoin. So this is the reason why we trade, we make money, and we put it in the superior asset. How about Meta? Oh, remember when I told you I was buying Meta at $40? It looks like Meta went from $40 to $700, almost $800. This is amazing. Then you price it in Bitcoin. That means if you had taken the same money you put in Meta into Bitcoin, it would have outperformed it crazy. If Meta gave you 20x, Bitcoin gave you 500x. You see what I'm saying? So when you don't know, your ignorance fools you. You just look at something that you've been programmed to believe until you price it in a superior asset. If you're pricing it in the asset that is being manipulated and that is taken from everybody, of course, it creates an illusion of growth until you price it in gold. It's not just Bitcoin. You can price Meta in gold. It's going to show you the same thing. See what I'm saying? How about silver? Look at silver. Look at silver on the left-hand side, right? Silver went all the way up in 2011, came all the way down, and is basically back to its all-time high. So basically, if you bought silver in 2011, you haven't made no fucking money. If you bought silver in 2011, you haven't made any money. You right back at break even. But if you had taken the same money in 2011 that you put in silver and you put it in Bitcoin, you are multi-fucking millionaire. You understand me? Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So next time somebody tells you stocks, blah, 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 tell them to shut the fuck up and go learn. Tell them they don't know what the fuck they are talking about. Because we're not making this shit up. We doing the homework. We opening our goddamn eyes. XRP. How about XRP? Any XRP idiots here is okay. You can raise your hands. Any XRP idiots here? You can raise your hands. The XRP is better than Bitcoin. You can raise your hands. Because if you look at XRP on this side, it looks like it's doing something. It went up, then it came down, then it went up, then it came down until you look at it in Bitcoin, shit is dead. Dead. Everything goes down against Bitcoin. So some Bitcoin facts, right? 21 million supply, 19 point is almost 20 million mined now. We have about 1.1 million left to be mined. This is why I'm telling you, you have about 2-3 years to get as much as possible. When you're looking at Bitcoin every day, this is how it looks. When you look at it, the yearly basis is trending up only. When you look at it after decades of 5 years, long term, 4 years, 7 years, it's going up only, right? It's all about your perspective. Only two things are truly limited: Bitcoin and your time. Everything is manipulated. Everything you can make more. Stocks, buybacks, stock splits, right? Houses, you can buy more. Everything. Girlfriend, you can get another one. Kids, you can have more kids. Time is the only thing in Bitcoin. These are the only things you cannot manipulate, right? Again, look at Bitcoin. 2016, a regular home was 288,000. 2020, 328. 2024, 434, right? In your mind, you're like, oh, I bought my home for 288. Now it's worth 434. But what you're not understanding is the value, right? The value of the dollar. You need more dollars because they printed more dollars. So your home hasn't gone up. It doesn't have that much demand. Nobody is demanding. It's just that they are printing so much dollars that in 2024, the equivalent of 228,000 is 434,000. That's the only thing that changed. So the demand for your house did not go up enough for people to want to pay $150,000 more. They devalued the currency to the point where this is what it cost to do the same shit. But in Bitcoin, if you had 600 Bitcoins, now it costs you only 6 to buy the same fucking house that cost you 600. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So I told my Discord, I said, starting January 2026, every member who signs up has to show proof of work, right? Proof of work has to show proof of 1 Bitcoin ownership by 2028, 2029. Because if you don't, then why the fuck are you fucking with me, right? That means you're wasting time. That means you don't value your time. That means what the fuck were you doing with your time, right? Getting a Bitcoin BBL. Pause. Bitcoin BBL. This is Bitcoin-backed loans. Some of y'all don't understand this game. This is a fucking game changer. This is something we didn't have in 2017, 2016. So right now, you don't have to sell your Bitcoin. You can get a BBL. Say BBL, type BBL. The BBL is the new credit. The BBL is the new credit. Bitcoin-backed loans. You buy Bitcoin or you work, you hustle, you get the money, you buy Bitcoin, and you borrow against your Bitcoin. You don't need a credit score, right? Get your girl a BBL, the real BBL, right? So this is what happens. You borrow against your Bitcoin without selling it. Back in the day, we had to sell the Bitcoin. And when you sell your Bitcoin, you're subject to capital gains tax on the gains you got on your Bitcoin. So if you bought it at 50 and it went to 100K and you sold it, they're going to tax you on the gains, right? So you are losing just by selling. But now you don't have to sell. You can borrow against it at a low interest rate. And because Bitcoin is growing at a higher interest rate, it's a no-brainer. So I posted this the moment it came out. I said, you can now borrow against your Bitcoin from 9 to 5% to 10% interest rate, the lowest in the industry. This is an absolute game changer if you know how to run this, right? So look, so if there are two ways to go about it. Whatever you need, you're going to get about 50%, right? You're getting about 50% of whatever you are putting up. So you are 2 times collateralized, right? So if you want 50K, you got to put up 100K. If you want 200K, you got to put up 400K, right? And they will give you cash. But here's the game. If they charging you 10% and Bitcoin is growing at, let's say 40%, you're still gaining 30% in the difference. And with these loans, you never have to pay it back. So this particular one, you pay at maturity. That maturity can be 30 years from now, right? Yeah, you can, once you borrow it, you can buy whatever you want to buy with it. You can borrow it and go buy crack. You can borrow it and use the money to go buy solicit prostitutes, right? You can borrow it and buy more Bitcoin. So the money, you can do whatever you want to do with it. It doesn't matter. Nobody is telling you you can't. That is the beauty of BBLs, right? The beauty of BBLs, you do whatever you want to do with your BBL. You get it? Once you get the BBL, you do whatever you want to do with the BBL. So this particular one is until maturity. So you can keep on rolling it and rolling it and rolling it and rolling it. So what we do in Block Street Ave is buy, borrow, die. We are buying the Bitcoin, we are borrowing it, and we are dying, right? So nobody is saying put up your whole Bitcoin for this, but you can put up 1 Bitcoin or half a Bitcoin. So if half a Bitcoin is 50K, you can borrow maybe 20K, right? Pay it back or not pay it back, so long as you borrow it at the right time, at the right LTV. If you know what you're doing, there's a whole game plan, right? So here's another one, the world's first Bitcoin-backed line of credit. Now all the banks are going to try to do the same shit, right? Banks, JP Morgan, that was hated on Bitcoin. Right now, they are trying. They are doing the same thing. Wells Fargo is going to do the same thing. Bank of America is going to do the same thing, to the point where you put up your Bitcoin as collateral. So basically, fuck the credit system. We don't care about your credit score. Bitcoin is the credit score. And the more it becomes popular, the rates is going to go down. So now we have a Bitcoin-backed line of credit, right? So you don't even, if let's say you have 100K in Bitcoin, you put it up, you get about 50K, but you don't have to spend it. So you can use this as your emergency fund. So instead of parking your emergency fund in dollars, you can park it in Bitcoin. And whenever you have an emergency, you only get what you need in dollars. Because what we want to do is spend dollars and hold Bitcoin. Because if Bitcoin is growing at a 50%, 60%, 40% compound annual growth, and your loan is 7%, 10%, then I don't want to sell the superior asset for the shitty asset. I want to borrow against my superior asset, never sell it. If I never sell it, I would never pay capital gains on it. And because I'm taking a loan against my asset and not selling the asset, I never have to pay taxes on the loan. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And this is what we are doing moving forward in the Discord. So when it comes to Bitcoin, You don't have to own one Bitcoin. You can buy fractions of a Bitcoin. As Satoshi, you can buy 1 sat, 10 sats, 100 sats, 1,000 sats, 10,000 sats, 100 million sats equals 1 Bitcoin. So you can buy whatever you want to buy, whatever you can afford. You don't have to own a whole Bitcoin. Again, I've been posting this on Instagram, trying to educate people. Most of these screenshots, I got it from my Instagram, right? So it breaks it down. So you don't have to look at Bitcoin and be like, oh, Bitcoin is so expensive and I can't afford a whole Bitcoin. Guess what? You can buy 10% of a Bitcoin. You can buy 1% of a Bitcoin. You can buy 20% of a Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes up 10x, whatever you put up will go up 10x. If you put up $10, your $10 will be worth $100, so on and so forth, right? Also here, you can borrow and pay monthly, right? So you can pay monthly or you can pay at maturity. So let's say you wanted $5 million, you will have to put up 95 Bitcoins, and then your interest will be about $475,000, right? So basically you made it easy for people to yeah. I didn't know this years ago. I thought it needed a whole Bitcoin. Nope. You could buy $10 worth of Bitcoin, right? So again, some quick stats: Bitcoin versus gold and the S&P 500. So 1 year, Bitcoin 82%, gold 51%, SPY 12%. 2 years, 107, 44, 22. 3 years, 81, 34, 22. 4 years, 19, 20. 4 years is the only time that gold outperformed Bitcoin. But look at all the other years. Year 5, 59, 16, 13. Year 6, 55, 18, 14. Year 7, 51, 18, 13. Year 10, 84, 13, 12, right? So it's a no-brainer. Do you want to consistently make about 50% on your money, or do you want to make 10%, 12%, right? Again, perception versus reality. A lot of people think Bitcoin is in crypto, but Bitcoin is money itself. Fiat, crypto is part of fiat, right? Most people don't understand this. They think crypto is the big thing and Bitcoin is a small portion of crypto. No, crypto is part of fiat because it's manipulated, it's printed by individuals, right? They manipulated Bitcoin. You can't manipulate it. Bitcoin is real money. Who's picking up what I'm putting down? Damn, I thought I'll be done by 9:30. I talk too much. Y'all feeling this game? Are y'all learning? Y'all getting it? Is y'all getting it? Is y'all getting it? You feeling it? Are you learning something? You learning something? All right. So, game changer. Okay, so look, I said I'm the only one who called Robinhood at $9 and gave y'all specific contracts in real time, right? So this is me, Robinhood, telling folks to buy Robinhood at $9. It's documented, right? My folks did, some people did 5,000%, 7,000%, 4,000%, 10,000%, right? So imagine running this game and stacking Bitcoin with it. You know what I mean? So this is me. So you can see, I said it in real time, 2023. I said, here's the free money Robinhood. Look, $9. Robinhood is like 120 something dollars. So I cannot complain, right? When it got to $11, I reminded everybody, people who fucked with me in the Discord from the get-go, they were here for it. Nobody was talking about Robinhood. How did I know? Because I've been in the game. I understood that people are going to flock to Robinhood to buy crypto and stocks and shit like that, right? So look, let me go through this. This is how the price action looked back then. Boom, right? I gave y'all specific. This was free. This should made hundreds of thousands of dollars. The same contract that I posted and I told people to get it made hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's the same shit we're going to do in 2026 and beyond, right? We don't have to get into so many things, but if we get into the right thing, that one stock or two stocks can make an insane amount of money, right? What do you mean? Where you been? Of course. What you think I'm doing? You think I'm just talking about Discord? We trade. I've been telling you what June's hour. What type of question is that? Coinbase. Again, I posted this on Instagram in real time, 2022, Coinbase. I said massive opportunity. I said we are here at $37. When Ian Dunlap and all those goofies were telling you Coinbase is going bankrupt, look, this is Instagram. I got fucking 20 likes. This could have made so many people a lot of money, but sometimes people don't know the value of what they have, right? When you give shit for free, people don't value it. That's the reason why I'm about to tax y'all, right? Because I know my value. I know what my information and my skill set and my experience can do. When you give shit for free, you see that? 20 likes. Coinbase at $37. I said Coinbase leaps when Coinbase was at $50. I said the feds are scared, but scared money makes no money. I wrote a whole shit. I said leaps, buy leaps. Coinbase was at $50. Right? Look. NVIDIA. Let's go to NVIDIA. I posted this on Instagram. Look at the pin bar. If you see the pin bar over there, type pin bar so you see. April 26th, in real time, I posted this on Instagram, NVIDIA in April with a July expiration. Look at where NVIDIA is. This shit made a lot of people money. And guess what? They ain't sent me no bread. They ain't sent me no bread. A lot of people made money. They ain't sent me no bread. Only a few people, right? But this made a lot of money, thousands of dollars. You know what? So nobody about to pay me $50, $20 for me to make you tens of thousands of dollars. You see what I'm saying? This is when the Trump shit, the tariff thing happened. NVIDIA dropped the same fucking pin bars that I'm showing you so you can attest to it. I'm not teaching you anything different. So even if you don't sign up, take the information I'm giving you, go apply it to yourself, and you're going to make money. But if you want to make money, make more money for you, you're going to have to tap in. You know? You see my Discord, folks? NVIDIA. This was when NVIDIA hit 124, right? May 13. I called the shit April. In May, someone had made already 100%, 162%, right? Look, you see that? 162% on the same shit. On the same shit. So when I tell you, you don't need all that extra stuff. You need money, you need conviction, you need patience, and you need some fucking pin bars, right? Look at Meta. I told you, buy Meta at 135. This was Meta at 188 on Instagram. You see that? You see that? 21 likes. How convenient. Type 21 if you can see that. 21 likes. How convenient. How convenient. How convenient. Meta is at $600 now. Look at me. Look at me. Your boy. In January 2024, this was my list. And in January 2026, I'm going to do it again. And tell me how many of this shit hit. Mara, printed money. Mara was at like $5. Riot at $3. I put it out there, right? I thought it was going to go to 100, but it hit like 25. PayPal, Square. Okay, those ones maybe, but Coinbase at 37, BTBT killed it. Robinhood did about 10,000% on the options. Meta at 130 to 700 and something. CleanSpark, Ethereum. Look at the date. I said, these are my leap only options list. All 2026 expirations. I will put out a strike soon, but this is it. You see that? So imagine you can go back and look at January and look at the price of any of this shit. Go back and check it. You would have made stupid money if you did nothing else. If you bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you put 1,000 on leaps, you made 100,000. Easy money. If you did nothing else. So I'm gonna do it again for the next year. You feel me? So this is why I was telling people about Facebook. I said, I've been telling y'all to buy, hold Facebook, Meta, because it's a $1,000 stock in a few years, right? The reason why the reason why this is a big deal is because 98% of Facebook and Instagram's revenue has been coming from advertising, straight up advertising. A lot of people don't know that. Now, by charging for subscription for the blue checks, their revenue is bound to go up. It's a win-win. To me, this is a no-brainer. We are all about to become verified influencers up in this bitch. Meta was at like 100 and something dollars, right? I gave all of this shit for free. Everyone who joined my community printed money. If you joined my community and you didn't make money, there was something wrong with you, right? So the S&P 500 is up about 13%. This person, 173%. Now, whether they took the money, because the market has pulled back, right? But this happened in real time. They were up $72,000. You're not about to pay me $500 for me to help you make 72 grand in a year. You see what I'm saying? You're not about to pay me $200 for me to help you make 10,000. You got me fucked up, right? The people who follow the game, I gave so much gain. Look, it's not one person, right? Somebody made 81,000 by, they not even in the Discord. This person is not even in the Discord, right? This person is not in the Discord. Why you say you can't afford? Man, shit, if you can't afford, go. Shit, leave now. I don't need you to be here. I knew there were going to be lurkers, but so long as you got the game, take the game and go. But you are not about to pay me $500 to make $10,000. And then you say, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. No, fuck your thank you. You either pay me or you take whatever you get and then you go. You feel me? But yeah, so you know what I mean? So this person, look, made someone's salary on 2K. Thank you, Block. Look, he spent 2K and turned 81,000. You know what I'm saying? So Jay Feets is in the house. 90K came in. You know what I'm saying? This person turned Acorns money to 1,800%, 14K. Rael, 117K. It's probably down, but at the end of the day, the goal is you made money in a year. So in a year, if you up 80K, 100K, 70K, you know where the value is. Anitra, 1,000%. The dope thing about Anitra is this, she got it on $100 a day. 100, consistency, right? JD, you see his portfolio growing. JD, again, portfolio growing, right? Moan, portfolio been growing. You know what I'm saying? And Moan could have made a lot more money if he had doubled down on Robinhood, right? I forgot who this is. Right? Nico, she said slowly trying to get like the rest of y'all. Tapped in, she's making money. You know, so a lot of folks are making money. Nobody fucking with us, right? So you see over here, we did a SPY 800 call. We did SOXL, right? Palantir, Novo, like this is all printed. So the goal is to make money from here, and we do crypto. So we do in crypto too. We trade in stocks and crypto. We trade everything, stocks, crypto, Forex, and the goal is to take the profit, stack sats. Someone, $250,000. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, Emmanuel, if this ain't for you, you better go look for one of those people that charge $20, but you're going to get $20 worth of shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to teach you how to flip your money from cash to Bitcoin and borrow against it and live on a Bitcoin standard and watch it grow. You know what I'm saying? So hey, it is what it is. Akash is averaging. Akash is now doing like 1K a day consistently. You know what I mean? And he's a day trader, but it works for him. He comes in, he makes his 800, 1,000, 500 on a consistent basis. And you think you're going to pay me $200. You know what I'm saying? Shit, stick with Chris Johnson. I don't give a fuck. Hey, stick with Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson does what he do. The Black Robin Hood does what he do. So you can exit right now. Ain't no reason for you to stay. You can go now. The show is over for you. Show is over. Show over for you. So, hey, listen, everybody who is here, who came for the free shit is over. You can go now. Now, the serious people, I'm going to give you the enrollment. I've closed this shit since July, right? So Akash been making money. So in May, I said you have approximately 577 days to fix your credit so I can bless you with a game that will forever change your bloodline. You know what I mean? So this was back in May, but we approaching that time, right? I have a plan, and this plan, you can't get it from nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I don't care where you go, you can't get it from nowhere, because not only are we making the money, we are strategically showing you how to leverage your credit or whatever to capitalize on the hardest asset in the world. So back in May, I said, make sure you fix your personal credit or business credit. Within the next 365 days, I got something crazy cooking. So if you were lurking, you would never know what the fuck we are doing, right? So you could go wherever the fuck you go, you're not going to know the moves we're going to make. I said, crypto winter is coming. Don't get greedy. Know when to get out. I think we are nearing the top, right? A year ago, I created a countdown, 345 days to go. I said, I low-key feel sorry for some of you clueless fucks, right? You wouldn't know what is about to hit you. You will FOMO by listening to the wrong folks. You will get rug pulled 100%. You will round trip. I said the big short is coming. So this isn't something that I'm fear-mongering. I've been talking about this for a long time. And right now, it's close to the time to execute. So instead of going long in the markets, we about to short the market, right? Nobody is going to tell you this. Everybody is going to be trading the same fucking way they've been trading. But we plan our trades and we trade our plan, right? So this was December 17, 2024. You know, my shit is documented. So you can't say, oh, maybe he sees the market. No, it's planned. You know what I mean? I said, I feel sorry for followers of EYL, Ian Dunlap, and all these other fake crypto gurus popping out every day. This was December 2024. So now I'm going to make you the offer that you cannot refuse, right? Priced in Bitcoin. So let me tell you what this means. I'm the only person, the first person who is pricing my shit in Bitcoin. You can pay in dollars, but my rate is in Bitcoin. So if my rate is 0.098 BTC, it's going to remain that or more. So if 0.098 BTC translate to 10 grand, in the next 10 years, the same 0.098 BTC may be 100 grand. I'm pricing my shit in Bitcoin. You can pay in dollars, but Bitcoin is going to give me a rate. So if you find me later, 2 years from now, it's still going to be 0.098 or 0.10. And you're going to be, bro, you charging 30 grand. I'm going to be like, hey, 0.1 Bitcoin and 0.1 Bitcoin, right? So I'm going to post the link for the people who want to sign up. This is how it works. So my community is now annual only, right? Annual only. You can't pay monthly. If you don't have the money, go somewhere else. You cannot pay me monthly. Why? Because monthly is not enough for you to stay committed. You need about a good year. So my subscriptions is now called Elite Subscription, which means you have to be committed for at least 1 year. If the year comes and you haven't made money, you can leave. I don't care. If you pay in full, I'm giving you a discount. You can also do partial payments, and I'm going to do a boot camp, right? The boot camp is going to be, the boot camp is going to be 1 month. 1 month, we go through everything. You know what I'm saying? 1 month, we go through everything like you a newbie. We go through a class. We meet every week. And then afterwards, that's it. You don't get access to the Discord. You can also buy all the recorded master classes. I may even throw this one in there. You can buy the master classes and then go watch it and do it yourself. $100 a day strategy, whatever else strategy, all the master classes, you can buy it, right? So if you are interested, let me drop the shit and then I will start freestyling, go on my Discord. So here's the link. So that's the link tree. You click on the link tree. You click on the link tree. The first one, use this code. 50, if you pay in full, 52 off today will give you 52% off. So the rate is going to show priced in Bitcoin is going to be $10,000, 10 grand for the whole year. If you use the 52 off today, it would bring it down to 4,800. 4,800 for the whole year. If you don't think you're gonna make more than 4,800 in 365 days, you got me fucked up. If you don't think you're gonna get $30,000, $50,000 worth of gain in a whole year with a big short and the Bitcoin standard and all the Bitcoin backed loans and all that shit, you got me fucked up. So if you pay in full, that is that. If you don't pay in full, you can do a payment plan. But here's the payment plan. The payment plan, you have to pay upfront $2,800. And then the rest will allow you to do a split payment like Zip or Klarna or whatever. So you will have to pay upfront to get in. And in 4 weeks, you have to pay the balance. Or you can do the boot camp, which is 1 month. Once you learn everything, you will have to pay to get into the Discord. That you can use the same discount code 52 off today if you are interested, or you can buy the masterclass. Any questions? Now you can ask questions. If you pay the upfront payment, it will end up being more. So if you pay the 2,800, the balance will be 2,500. So you end up paying like 5,200, $500 more for not having the money right away. So if you have the money, use the discount code 52 off 4,800, you locked in until 365 days. If you don't have it, take the game that I gave you and go about your business. But that's what it is. I'm gonna hit it again. And now I'm gonna go to my Discord. And then I'm gonna show you on the Discord what we talking about. All right. Hold on. How do I exit this? Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, the boot camp is separate because the boot camp we're gonna be doing like, you know, a couple of an out to meet twice a week, an hour each, and then we just going through everything. Shit, the code is tonight. If you don't get in, that's it. The code may change. You know what I mean? I've been counting down for a long time. So hold on. All right. So now let me go here and share Discord. So we're gonna share Discord. All right. All right. Am I sharing the Discord? Look at all the people leaving. Look at all the what do you call it? The cheapos leaving. Well, I hope you got some game. No code for bundle. No. No code for bundle. So tap in. And the thing is, I promise you, I gave people a lot of time. I've tried to make people a lot of money, right? Give people a lot of value. Once the time is up, every time I will increase it. So it's going to cost you more, right? About a week from now, it will cost you more. The discount code may disappear, right? Discount code may disappear, but at the end of the year, whoever hasn't subscribed and in the waiting list, I will block you and remove you because at that point, you just a lurker, you wasting my time. So I mean it. I need people who are committed, people who value my time. So if you are just here to be on the waiting list is to be waited, right? But so this is the Discord. So if you join the Discord, this is what we have, right? Can y'all see my Discord? Type 21 if you can see my Discord. So this is the Discord, right? So when you join the Discord, welcome aboard. Over here, newbies start here. I said do not post profits from another group, right? So if you're in my Discord, and let me say this real quick. If you are in my Discord and you join another group, I better not see you post from any other group or bring information from any other group, wherever the fuck you join. Do not bring that information from your place into my Discord. I don't need anybody's help, right? So said don't post shit from another group. Don't bring their information, their charts, their opinions. We don't give a shit. We good over here, right? Community rules. This is where you can join. So as a matter of fact, let me post the link here. And ask any questions. This is the time to ask questions. So ask questions. And I think you can speak if you want to speak. You can speak if you want to speak. Oh, Will what be in the Discord? So when you come here, announcements, right? So announcements, even today, if you in the Discord, I was basically going on and on talking about Bitcoin. I gave a Bitcoin on a 6-hour chart. So you could have bought Bitcoin on the same pin bar, right? You see the pin bar? We did it today in real time. There's no audio. Are you sure? Nah, you don't. I think that one, I may have made a mistake over there, but it's not, it's a subscription, but once you subscribe, end of the year, you can cancel if you don't see the value. But yeah, you can cancel because at the end of the year, I might change the prices anyway. So just like I did last year, the people who paid last year, yesterday's price is not today's price. Yeah, you get it in today or it's going to be a different price tomorrow. That's the whole point. That's why you got to get your bread ready. If you want to make big money, you got to stay ready. Zoom recording. So we do Zooms, right? We do Zooms and I post the recordings here every Sunday. Important links. So this is all important links. Here's my YouTube page. This is Acorns. So I put my folks on how to make free money from Acorns, and some people made the money. You know what I'm saying? And the goal is to take the free Acorns money and flip it in the market or stack sats. 25%, 52% off. We'll see. Capital flow. So we use capital flow, right? This is earnings, dates, just so you stay informed with this. Bitcoin price update. So daily price, I post about the Bitcoin price every day. I try, not always every day, but most of the time, you know. Market news. So all the news from CNBC, CNBC premium news, Bitcoin only news, Donald Trump tweet. So you have to stay abreast with Trump, right? You got to know what Trump is doing. Money Chronicle. So this is just, articles about people going broke, people making money. You know what I'm saying? Just to know what's going on. This is Twitter file. So important information from Twitter. If you want one-on-one consultation, it's going to cost you $1,000 per hour. So the information I'm giving you here, I gave you a lot of information because I really don't want you to pay me for an hour, right? So if you paid attention, you don't have to pay me. Is this class for beginners who don't know anything about? Yep. Most of the people who joined did not know shit. And they doing well now. If I made you money, send me some sats. Don't tell me thank you. I don't care about thank you. I'm going to do an affiliate thing. This affiliate thing is not going to work now because I don't want anybody to think they are slick and they're going to send their affiliate to somebody who is already in. So if anybody is already in the wait list, you cannot get an affiliate. But, after some time, I will send out the affiliate and whoever you bring on, you can make 21%. Right? This is the countdown. So this is the countdown. Some of the countdowns I've been posting, countdown to the top. Right? This was in October. So the same top, the 345 days, is now down to like 44 days or something like that, right? This is the Bitcoin halving countdown. This is the Bitcoin next top, right? The next top. Then I got the Broke Nigga University. So over here is books on books on books on books on books, books and videos, right? Every book you can think about, you're going to find it here. trading psychology, so many books, right? The Big Short, you can watch it, right? So many books and articles, technical analysis, fundamental analysis, right? Videos and books on fundamental analysis, option terminology, option for beginners. This whole channel is about that, right? Crypto for beginners, soft war. This book is like $150. One of my members actually blessed everybody with a free copy. So, you know, if you want to understand crypto, Bitcoin, right? All the books, most of the stuff that I shared is on here, right? How to save your Bitcoin and all that good stuff. Forex for beginners. This is handled by my brother, my real brother. I taught him everything he knows about the market, right? But there's 4 courses here, real life courses that covers all the pin bars and everything. What'd you say? Look at this peasant here, Emmanuel. If I catch you in my shit, I will block you, you peasant fuck. 52% off. If you don't want it, get the fuck out of here. I gave you game. I gave you value. Why the fuck you still on here? Get the fuck out. You a lurker. You a lurker. Get the fuck out. If you think in 2.5 hours you didn't learn anything, why are you still here? You thought I was gonna charge $20, you dumb fuck? Stocks for beginners, right? This channel covers everything, right? Bitcoin orange pill video. So every video that can help you understand Bitcoin, I documented here, right? All the dope videos on understanding Bitcoin. If it's out there, I bring it here so you can educate yourself. Bitcoin research tools, you know, buy, borrow, die calculators, all the good calculators you need over here. We do $100 a day. My folks make $100 a day on a simple strategy, right? Risk management videos so that you can understand risk management. It has its own channel. TradingView tutorials has its own channels, right? So everything you can possibly think about, I got it here. Masterclass replays. So these are the replays that you can buy. If you don't want to tap in, look, options for broke niggas, trading shit coins to buy Bitcoin, Bitcoin orange pill video, masterclass, introduction to trading, crypto options, trading replay, turn panic into profits. This is what I did when the tariff thing hit, right? Crypto options tutorial. So all of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. This is what you can buy if you want to buy. You can buy this and you don't have to join the Discord. You can go watch this, binge watch it, and do everything on your own. Options watch list. So over here, when I see a signal, when I spot a pin bar, I post it here in real time, right? I post my contracts here. We watch, we got into shit, we make money. Options swing trades, right? We get in, NVIDIA, Palantir, whatever, we get in, we lose money, we make money. You know what I'm saying? 5-star plays. 5-star, we got into Walmart, we got into Microsoft, you know, I posted here, pin bars. I'm only doing pin bars. Any questions? Can you extend the discount? Yeah, go ahead, I got you. 52 off today. 52 off today, or you can pay $2,800. Once you finish paying the $2,800, then you gotta do the $2,500, right? Option trades update. So when I get into a play and it makes money, I post it, right? Here's the update. So you see, we making money or money making us. So most of the trades make money. Most of the shit we get in make money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody doesn't get in everything, but I try to pick high quality shit. You know what I'm saying? Earnings, high risk. I don't want you to see the new ones, but high risk, we post over here, right? Netflix and shit, you know, get in, high risk. So we're not putting up too much money because we understand it's high risk. Leap options. So this is leaps, right? We get into leaps. I got into AMD when it was low. I put everybody on. Look, in October, this is before AMD popped. Got into AMD, boom. $100 a day on SPY. This is the $100 a day strategy. You know what I'm saying? $100 a day. We got the micro strategy. We got gold, right? Gold daily. This is day trades on gold. So if you understand the formula, every day you can make $100 on gold. This is Acorns Challenge, and this is earnings super swings. So this is a new strategy that I haven't exposed to nobody. I haven't explained it to nobody. Only people who join the annual membership are gonna get access to this. So if you are paying monthly, you're not gonna see this. You're not gonna know this, unfortunately, because if I don't do something like that, nobody is gonna upgrade. And I'm tired of people just, you know, their cards getting declined and shit. You know what I mean? So if you want to stay committed, pull up. This is trading alerts, right? So I set alerts, and when a certain alert breaks for SPY or whatever, Meta, GILD, this one went crazy. Coca-Cola went crazy. PLD, Meta, that one didn't work out. Netflix, right? So I have an alert. Then you got the capital flow bot. So this capital flow bot is dope as shit, right? Because this is real people who are putting a lot of money on contracts, and you can basically see where the money is flowing and use it as a guidance to get in or not get in. And there's another AI hourly bot that, you know, really tracks what is going on, which money is going where, into what stocks. Then I got the crypto trades. I got, you know, $1 million strategies, secret Litecoin play, $250 a day, emergency fund flip, crypto trades update. So this is the updates, right? Get into Bitcoin, make money, right? Fartcoin, make money. So we are doing more than just trading stocks. Then we got the fold. So this is the one I was talking to you about, how you get Bitcoin rewards, right? Spending money. And all of this is options. We do options and crypto. This is Blockstreet Strategic Reserve, right? Best Bitcoin exchanges. So where to get your Bitcoin, the best exchanges to buy your Bitcoin. No KYC exchanges, right? So if you don't want anyone to track you and know where you're buying your Bitcoin, there are some exchanges to buy the Bitcoin from. Bloodbath strategy, Bitcoin backed loans. So Bitcoin backed loans, exactly what I was telling you about. There's Bitcoin backed loans. I put information about all of this shit, right? Cold storage wallets, all the cold storage wallets, what they are doing, which are the best ones, so on and so forth. So every question you can ask us here. Now, this is the Big Short category. You see the Big Short. So over here, this is what I've been waiting for, the Big Short. So the Big Short, if you are not an annual member, if you are a monthly member, you're not going to see all of this. You're not going to see Bitcoin loan, right? You're not going to see the options, the puts, because we're going to be doing puts. You know what I'm saying? Is there supposed to be a place to put the code? Yeah, when you click on when you click on the first one, if you are doing the payment plan doesn't have any code. But if you click on the first one, it should give you a section for code. Let me show you. So if you go here, let me show you. Go to my screen over here. Right here. If you go to the link tree, is my link tree showing? Is my link tree showing? Okay, if you click on this one, you see where it says add promotion code. You see that? If you click on here and you type 52 off today in caps, in all caps, 52 off today. Apply. You see that? It works. 52 off today. And that is if you are paying 52 off today, you pay one time. If you're doing the other one, let me show you the other one. So the upfront is going to look like this. The upfront, you can't get no discount. You're going to pay $2,800. Then you're going to go back, right? $2,800 will get you in, but you have to go back and do the balance. This is going to be the balance. The balance allows you to pay with Zip. Now, if your credit is fucked up and you can't do that, then that is on you. I ain't got shit to do with that. And if you can't afford it, it's cool. You go somewhere else. You know what I mean? So this will allow you to do 4 payments of an additional $626. But this is subject to your credit, you know? And then over here, if you do the boot camp, you'll be able to do payment plan. It's for 1 month. You do the same thing. You type 52 off today. This will knock it down to 2,400. 2,400, you can then pay it in installment, right? This allows you to pay that in installment, but that is only for 1 month, and that 1 month will start in January, you know? But in the meantime, this will allow you to learn some stuff. You know what I mean? But once the 1 month is over, you are kicked out. You don't get to be in the Discord. You just get in a boot camp tutorial. And then the master classes. If you want the master classes, you can get it on Zip. If you don't want to join, buy it on Zip. You go watch it. It's $2,000. And this is actually a discount because I should be selling each one for $1,000 if you left it up to me. But you can make payments on that. And then this last link is for Fold. So this is how you get the Bitcoin rewards. You sign up to Fold. If you are interested, if you don't want to do anything else and you stayed until this point, sign up on Fold, get Bitcoin rewards. But yeah, that's it. And then, yeah, back to the Discord. Am I still sharing the Discord? Am I still sharing the Discord? All right. So back here, we have, yeah, so this is the Big Short. So the Big Short, I have 0 to 1 billion in 7 years. I have 5 cryptos that I'm gonna short. I have a shitcoin loan strategy, how to borrow against, you know, your shitcoins. Bitcoin IRA strategy, kitchen sink loan strategy, right? Over here, I already put contracts out there, right? Look at when I posted this. I put out a lot of contracts. iBit, Mara, MicroStrategy, Coinbase. So I'm going to be shorting these. Look at when I posted this. I posted this in June, right? I posted this in June. So I'm going to be shorting this on the way down. And that's how we're going to make money to stack sats. So if you pay the upfront 29, how you pay for the remaining. So you go to the next link. So the first link is this one. This is the upfront. So the upfront will come in, and then you go to this second link. This is the balance, right? But it allows you to pay the balance in splits. So essentially, you're gonna pay 2,800 upfront, and then you're gonna have to pay 626 to start this, right? With Zip. But that is if your credit is approved or whatever. I don't know anything about everybody's credit situation. You know what I mean? But yeah, you will click that first link, and then you click the second link afterwards. Any questions? So essentially, if I pay 2,800, then the 25. No. Yeah, so you pay 2,800, then you pay the balance. This is the balance, right? So it's not gonna be the people who are paying upfront, they getting a discount. If you pay 2,800 and you finance the rest, not this one. If you pay 2,800, you finance the rest, you're gonna click on this, right? So it's gonna end up, the total is gonna end up being $500 more because you finance it, right? You ain't got the bread upfront. So if you add 2,500 to 2,800, it will be 5,300. So it'll be $500 more than the people who are using the discount code to get it for 4,800. You get it? So you still getting a discount out of the 10 racks, but you're not getting a good of a discount if you're not paying upfront. You know what I'm saying? You get it? 28 and 25. You know? But yeah, so the big short, I have the contracts here. I've already had the contract since June. So this goes to show you that since June, I've been preparing for this moment when I short MicroStrategy, when I short Coinbase by buying puts, right? When I short Mara by buying puts, right? But you have to know the right puts to get in. Riot, Robinhood, I already have all the contracts that I got, 0 to 1 billion in 7 years. I got crypto shorts. I haven't posted this yet. I have the shitcoin loan strategy. And then over here, we got profits and lessons. So these are people who are obviously making money. If somebody is making $1,000 in a day, right? People are making money. People are making money on a consistent basis. So Akash consistently making money. People are making money. They learning. This person is not even in the Discord yet, right? Pinbar. Ladybug said Pinbar. Walmart. Lyft. Akash again. Yesterday he made 1K. Today he made 1,100 or whatever, right? Gold. So the value is definitely there. And, Lyft, we making money. And then over here, You know, we got Satoshi Saturdays where we stack Bitcoin, even when it's not Saturdays and the market goes, Bitcoin is on a discount. Folks understand what time we are on, right? So they buy Bitcoin. Again, we extract the money from the market to stack sats. So the folks understand what is going on. $65, 125, 150, 100, it doesn't matter. $19. And we have, you know, Fartcoin, Bitcoin. This is crypto, right? Testimonials. So we got testimonials. I'm tired. I don't even want to read this shit. So if you pay the annual, you get access to everything. No boot camp. You don't get no boot camp. You get access to everything, but no boot camp. The boot camp is separate. Trading profits paid for this, right? So people who have taken profits and done stuff, you know what I'm saying? I don't think he bought the Tesla, but you know what I'm saying? Street genius, people going on vacations, you know what I'm saying? People buying watches, people trading profits paid for group and private volleyball lessons for my girl, you know what I'm saying? Bicycle, you know? So the whole goal is to make this shit real, right? Sweet D made money from Hood, bought a camper, fixed it. We're gonna do an Acorns challenge. Then I'm gonna do, I sold this to buy Bitcoin. That is over here. So life on a Bitcoin standard. So over here, the annual people who pay annually, the people who are gonna get into this. You see, life on a Bitcoin standard. No more bills ever. So over here, no more bills ever. The strategy that I'm documenting here, you don't have to ever pay bills ever again. The market is gonna pay your bills for you. So you gotta know how to, you know, strategically approach it. You know, earning in Bitcoin, paying bills in Bitcoin, budgeting in sats, Bitcoin lifestyle tools, borrowing fiat to buy Bitcoin, tracking BTC progress, Bitcoin emergency fund. So I'm documenting all of this here. Bitcoin opportunity fund, Bitcoin tithing fund, Bitcoin life insurance, BTC reflections, right? So there's a whole bunch on the Discord for whatever the value is. Ideally, I want to charge like 15 bahts. Yeah, I mean, if you pay the 2,800 and you finance the rest, it's still annual. So you still getting everything. You know what I'm saying? You still annual. You just breaking it down. Because when you do the split payment, they pay me up front. So for me, you've already paid. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. You know, now we got the, you know, general chat room. We got the crypto chat room. You know, we got premium chat room, Acorns chat room, memes and useless shit here. We talk about nothing. And this is going to be my BTC journey. So people who join going to have access to BTC journey chat. This is where you're going to document all your loans and everything that is happening, borrowing against your Bitcoin and all that shit. If you are not annual, you're not going to get access to this, and you're not going to get access to all of this, and you're not going to get access to the Big Short. So you're going to deal with whatever you have now, right? Which is still dope. You still get $100 a day strategy and all that good stuff. But you're not going to get the Big Short, the whole category of the Big Short, and you're not going to get the whole category of the Bitcoin standard. Just started following, bro. and I might miss out, but you're inspiring and I'm getting with the Supreme team. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. No, I'm talking about earning explode. Yeah. They get access to that. Yeah, everybody in the annual is gonna get access to. And this one, I ain't gonna lie to you. That is 100% winning strategy. It's just expensive, right? But it's 100%. You will not lose money. That is 100%. This one, earnings super swings, right? Earnings super swings is 100%. It's just gonna cost. It's not cheap. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna cost you 10 grand, 15 grand, 7 grand to get into those swings because we are buying like 8 months worth of time at the money or in the money. But it's damn near 100%. You cannot lose with this. You will not lose money with this. Can you explain the big short? The big short is because we think the market, we believe the market is going down, right? So am I showing Trading View? Am I showing Trading View? Let me know if I'm sharing Trading View. Yep, those options. I'm not showing Trading View. Those options. Am I sharing Trading View now? All right. So the big short is because the market may be too extended to the point where I believe everything is getting ready to crash, right? Or it's getting to the point where it's going to crash. So what we are going to do is instead of being buyers in the market, we're about to be sellers. You know what I'm saying? We're about to be sellers. So we're about to short the market. We're about to short it down. Instead of buying, instead of being optimistic on the market, we're about to be pessimists on the market. So we are shorting the market down the same way over here. Damn, the amount of people that left, you see the lurkers? You see why I charge so much? Because people just want free shit. You see what I'm saying? They are just takers. Free. They don't want to pay anything. They want you to charge $20. Fuck off. Ain't nobody doing that. So if you look over here, right? Over here, you see this? You see how over here, that's a fact. You see how over here, when we got here, the market dipped, right? So we want to be sellers over here. We want to be sellers. And it looks like we get into the point. If we don't make a new all-time high by the end of the year, then we're going to become sellers, which means we are likely shorting Bitcoin possibly all the way back here. Bitcoin may drop to like 70, 63K, right? It may drop to 80K, but we're going to short the market. We're not going to be, we're not shorting Bitcoin itself, but we are shorting Bitcoin related stocks. We are shorting the shit coins. We are shorting XRP. We are shorting MicroStrategy. We are shorting Robinhood. We are shorting Coinbase. You get me? We're shorting Riot. You get it? So that is what the big short is. And it's not just Bitcoin. If you look at the S&P 500, the S&P 500 SPY is really high too, right? So if you're looking at SPY is really high, right? Let's go SPY on the weekly. I believe that it will likely go up higher, but eventually SPY may drop back down to maybe here, 600, right? And if it drops to 600, then we want to buy here. But the market is going to give us a signal once this trend breaks. When this trend breaks, we shorten everything on the way down and then get back in on the way back up at the right time. So that's what the big short is. So that is equivalent to being here and shorting it. So this is what I was explaining to you guys about the bearish engulfing bar. So you see there was a bearish engulfing bar over here at this SPY swing high. You see this? Bearish engulfing bar. So if you were watching this bearish engulfing bar and you shorted the market, you would have made some money from here all the way to here, all the way down. So these are the signs we are looking for because the market has been running hot for a while. So eventually we're going to short it. Are we quite there yet? I don't think so. But eventually it's going to get exhausted to the point where it will have to pull back, right? So let me go 2 months and see, right? So look, it's been going up, 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 and pullback is around the corner. We just don't know when. So with the big short, we are preparing for that. Any questions? Here's the link again. I want to make sure I answer everybody's question. Better cycle. What is that? Does anybody have any questions about what's going on? Are you confused about anything? Is that the old? Hold on, I'll check it. So anybody got any questions about the membership, the payment, what's going on? Who is that? Shaynell, are you in the Discord? Can you tell me? Options, you said, can you tell where options and crypto plays are posted? All right. You did not see the challenges? Okay, I may need to fix something. I may need to fix something. So if you don't see it, send me a DM. I may have to work on the roles. The roles maybe, but what do you see? No, she paid. She paid, but let me hold on. So let me share Discord. So I'm sharing the Discord, right? I'm sharing the Discord. All right. Yeah, because I think the roles may not be working properly, but over here, so you are supposed to be seeing everything. So if you see my screen, you're supposed to be seeing everything. Everything that I'm scrolling here, you are supposed to see it. But sometimes what you have to do is to go to browse channels, right? Go to browse channels and you want to click on everything. Because if you don't click on everything, it may default to just a few, right? Yeah, go to browse channels, but maybe my, so I'll check the roles. Let me check the roles. Actually, let me do it here. Go to settings and the roles. And I have, okay, I see you over here. So, yeah, I'll work on this. I'll work on this. But you're supposed to see everything, right? You're supposed to see everything that I'm scrolling on. Right here, everything here. Everything, 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 everything. You see that? So give me until I get off and I should fix it. You should have access to everything here. You feel me? And I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome to the team. I see a few other people got in on the payment. But make sure you do the follow-up to the payment and pay the balance. Otherwise, I'm gonna chase you. But yeah, you should see everything. And the people who made the payments too. You are supposed to see, you're gonna see everything, you know, everything that I'm scrolling on, you should see every single thing. Any questions? So the moment I'm done, like I said, I'm gonna verify, I'm gonna test it and make sure that you get access to everything before the end of the night. So you should see, and the place will be here. So when you will see the Broke Nigga University, this is where all the content as far as books and videos and everything is, right? Resources for you to learn, videos about Bitcoin and all of that stuff. And then options trades, this will be the watch list. So over here, every day you will see me posting about, you know, what I'm looking at, setups in real time. Because I want you to learn. I don't want you to just, you know what I'm saying? I want you to learn. So you will see the setups, what I'm looking at. Look, I posted over here. This actually gets on my goddamn nerves, right? Eli Lilly. Look, I said Eli Lilly is just the beginning. Bull flag, right? Eli Lilly hit $1,020 something. We did SPY, we did Microsoft, right? Starbucks, all kinds of shit. And then you will see, there's a watch list, but you will see the trades, the swing trades when I get in, I post it here. What is a good amount to start off when you join? You're gonna need a couple of $1,000, you know, 2 grand, 5 grand, ideally about 5 grand, but a couple of grand, you can build it up slowly. Because I have a 5-star plays, right? 5-star plays. You may lose here and there, but ultimately, you know, when it goes, when you are selective, we are making money. So the 5-star plays are high probability plays. And then here's the updates. So when I get in and I'm making money, I'm gonna update you. You know what I'm saying? If I get out, we got into Palantir in September. Palantir did 111%. It actually did like 200% before it dipped, right? MDLZ, we got into SPY 658. you know, so this is the updates. And then the earnings high risk is like high risk, right? So this is like fuck around and find out, right? They got earnings or you don't have enough time or whatever. And then this is leaps. So this is the leap options and shares. So if you want to buy shares, we got into AMD. Like some of these are expensive. I'm not going to lie to you. So like this AMD contract was about 13 grand. But this would have, you would have turned that 13 to 50 grand when I posted it. Yeah, I'll sort you out. I got you. I got you. I'll sort you out. And then, so you will see all the trades here. And then when you come over here, options challenges, this is 100 a day. So on the 100 a day, we try to make $100 a day or more, right? On a SPY strategy. I go live on Mondays and Fridays. And the waitlist people moving forward, I'm not doing no more free live for the waitlist people. So you're not getting on no free live on Friday. So if I go live tomorrow, I'm not doing it for waitlist people will not see any free live. That was before the enrollment. Now that you've gotten value, now that you know what I'm about, I have nothing else to prove to anybody. So the live, you come over here. So down here, I have 4 live trading rooms, premium live trading room, crypto only, and $100 a day. So tomorrow I'm gonna be live at 9:30 and we're gonna trade. But like I said, prior to today, I was giving the waitlist people an opportunity to make money and see what we do, right? On Fridays, sometimes even during the week. But like I said, moving forward, I'm not doing it anymore because I've made my point. You know what I'm saying? You see the value, you see what we are doing, you see people making money. So either you're going to join or you're not going to join, you know? So yeah, tomorrow, Fridays and Mondays, and sometimes in the middle of the week, I might hop on the premium live trade room. If I see an opportunity, I'll just, post and say I'm going live. So this is where the live trading channels are. And then Nigel Forex, that's my brother. He does live trading almost every morning. So you can tap in, ask questions, make sure you get in value. You know what I mean? And he is nice. He's not like me. He's not an asshole. So he's nice. He's gonna speak with you very professionally, proper, right? But he knows his shit. But yeah, and then you should get access to this. And over here, I'm gonna start putting out the content. So you're gonna see everything that we are doing with the no more bills. You're gonna see earning in Bitcoin. And this, only this, even here alone is worth $10,000. Because by the time we finish, by the time we hit mid-year or end of next year, you're gonna be amazed. This over here. And none of this involves trading, right? This is just strategizing, borrowing against your Bitcoin, how to, understand it, which platforms to go to, what to do, you know what I'm saying? How to put up, let's say you have 30 bands for your bills, how you can take part of it and put it in 5-star strategies and allow it to pay your bills. It's dope as shit. Like I said, nobody is approaching their community the way I've set up mine, right? So it's way deeper than that. Yeah. And then we got crypto. So crypto trades, $250 a day. So $250 a day is similar to the day trading with the stocks, but it's crypto. And we are trading shit coins, right? You're trading shit coins, Fartcoin, XRP, whatever, but it's all price action. So as you can see, I'm always using pin bars. That is my thing. So if you tap in, if you join the community, I don't use indicators, risk reward, pin bars. We accept the risk. You make money, you take profits, you let it rock. You know what I'm saying? You see that? Pin bars, pin bars, pin bars, pin bars. Yeah, I give you until tomorrow. But what I'm gonna do, just so people know I'm not fooling around, is like sometimes people might think it's like a marketing thing. So after a while, I'm gonna disable it. You know what I mean? After like the end of tomorrow or something, I'll disable it. Because people who gonna tap in, they're gonna tap in. If they not, and then if I ever do another presentation, it's if I give a discount, it's gonna be less than that. It's never gonna be more than that. It's always gonna be less. So if you find value and you want to tap in, you either paying 4,800 or you're gonna end up paying 7 grand. You know what I mean? Because it's not gonna be more than that. It's always gonna be less. You know what I mean? And then my price is gonna be fixed at a tenth of a Bitcoin. That is the value that I put for myself. So there'll be a time that I'll charge people a tenth of a Bitcoin, you know, but for now, I'm like, let me give them a deal. But I know what you are going to get out of this. After a year, I know the amount of value you're going to get from just the $100 a day, right? Because if you look at Akash, right? Look at Akash. Akash is doing, he is averaging about a good 1 grand every day. So imagine paying somebody 4 grand for a whole year and you are averaging 1,100 a day, 800 a day, right? He's doing 800. This was yesterday. This is, you know, so in like a week, you could have paid your whole shit for a whole year. And then the rest is history. You know what I mean? So realistically, if I start with 2 to 3 bands, what do you think I can get in a year? Look at Anitra. Anitra, if you go back, you know, it's up to you, right? If you get in the right stuff, if you get in the right place, it's all about consistency, right? You get in the right place. Anitra did 1,000%. So 3 grand, if you do 1,000%, that is 30 racks, right? If you do 1,000%, that is $30,000. If you do 500%, you know what I mean? So it depends. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is different. Everybody is different, you know? So, but people are making money. This is Anitra. She constantly makes about $100 a day, you know? But the fact that she got up to 1,000% by just no crazy trade, right? I think Hood did the most for her, but 80% of her trade, she's making 100. Then she takes profit, 100, 100, 100. So it's all about consistency, but she built an account from 2 grand to like 20 grand. And she hasn't even been, she joined in, I think, March, I think, right? So from March, she went from 2 grand to damn near 20 grand. So you do the math, right? 2 grand. And she has taken a lot of profits from her stocks to buy Bitcoin, you know? There's a lot of different things. Do we just choose what to get in and what? Yeah, it's up to you, right? Because there are different people from different walks of life with different pockets, right? So you have to choose what works for you based on your personality. So if you want to be a crackhead and do day trades, then every day I have the strategy. And if you pull up, if you are a member and you pull up to the live, I will tell you the strategy. I will walk you through the strategy. This person has made 1K every day. They better sign up. Was the college student, he made, look, he said another 1K back to back. He made 1K 3 days in a row, 1,000, 1,000, and I think 1,400, right? Look at Acash, another 1,400. So yeah, all the people who have made money in the wait list, I've noticed your names. If you don't sign up, I'm blocking you. I'm restricting access. I'm gonna restrict access to the wait list. You're only gonna see a couple of news. If you do a call for, let's say, 1,000, and I want to trail it, but I want to put 500 in a trade, can I just buy a higher strike? The higher the strike, the more risk you are taking, right? The more risk you are taking. So that's him again, 1,200 as a college student. If he doesn't sign up, as a matter of fact, tonight I'm gonna restrict majority of what you see. The waitlist people ain't gonna see shit, right? And I'm gonna give you an opportunity to sign up, but the price is gonna go up. And then at the end of, the week or whatever, I'll start kicking people out. Hey, listen, it is what it is, right? Because people are just gonna try to take. You give them value, they just want to learn, they don't want to give back, they don't want to invest in you. So the 100 a day is the same as 1K per day. No, it's 100 a day, but Acash greedy ass be making 1,400 a day. But ideally, this strategy is for you to just make 100 a day. So Anitra, she sticks to 100 a day. But Acash, he's putting up more money, right? But Acash he's a good ass day trader. I ain't gonna lie. It works for him. He will put up 4 grand and make his 1,400 or 800 or 500 and be out in like 2 minutes, 5 minutes. But that's what that strategy is. It's a fast, make your $100 and be gone. But the $100 is if you are playing with maybe 300, right? Or 250. Acash is putting up 3 grand, 4 grand. So his 20% or 30% adds up to like 1,400, 800, 1,500. Other people are only putting up 300, 400. So if they get a 20% return or 25% return, you see what I'm saying? So, any questions? Ask the questions. Like, I can stay on. I just wanted to make sure that I get to make my offer, because I remember 2 years ago, I did a masterclass and I like to over deliver. And I was using Webinar Jam, and I didn't know I had a 2-hour limit, and I kept talking and talking and talking. By the time I got to my presentation, I only had 10 minutes left. Nobody did anything. Nobody signed up. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. So these days I'm like, listen, once I make my presentation, I can sit here and talk all day. You know what I'm saying? So Rael, she did a put. See, 31%. She made $266 on this. Did a put, 21%, $464. This is a day trade, right? So you can make 100. You can make what do you call it? Ladybug, $29, right? It's still money. You know what I mean? Acash constantly making $500, $600, $800, and he ain't even got a job. Acash don't even have a job. He's in college and shit. Is he in college? Oh. This class will teach you how to read candles. And can I just copy every shit? That's what we do. But I'm not so, I don't like the copying too much. I want you to understand. You know what I mean? He graduated. Oh, okay. I want you to understand, because I don't want you to depend on me. Because next year I might decide not to do this shit no more. And you're going to be like, oh, how the hell did he do that? Right? So this is earn with me while you learn. The goal is to learn how to fish for yourself. I don't want you to be dependent on me. That's why I be showing you the pin bars and shit like that, because you have to understand the why. Why did he get in? Where are you gonna get out? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so you get your 20%, 20%, that's $100. He put up 500, he made his 20%. If you put out 10,000, no, you can do it in any platform. It doesn't matter whether it's Think or Swim, Webull, you can trade anywhere, you know? So other people, other Discord communities, they brag about holding your hand and doing everything. You can copy everything. I don't want you to just copy what I do, right? I want you to learn why I'm getting in, where I'm getting out, and shit like that, right? So majority of these people, right? You see ATMD, I didn't call this trade per se. He made this on the day, right? So as you can see, this was the cost when the market opened. He did a put. It cost him 1,400. When he closed it at 1,700, and this took a few minutes. So he made $330, 22% return. Literally, I didn't call this put, but they understand the levels of my $100 a day strategy. And that is literally teaching people how to fish for themselves, so they don't have to depend on you. Now they can look at the market every morning and be like, okay, SPY is here. Did it retest? Do I see confirmation? I get it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that is way more powerful than just calling trades and, you know, don't copy me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to copy me. Don't copy me. Understand what I'm doing. So you see Akash again, almost every day. This man is doing like $600-700 a day. Look. So look, the day before he made 500. The next day, 6 something. The next day, 700, 1,000. It's a simple strategy. I can literally show you the strategy. Look at ATMD. Same shit, right? So if there are no swings, or the market is not giving us opportunities to do swings, then we're gonna do day trades. Look at Akash. So yes, but at the end of the day, right, whether you take 20% or 30% or 40%, that is up to you. Some people are greedy. So my thing is, have you hit your 100 a day? Have you gotten 20%? Have you gotten 15%? Have you gotten 30%? If you make 100 or 200 and your greed allows you to stay in, so like, okay, so Marshawn, right? Let's say he got 163. He got the 163. This is realized, right? Realized means he sold it and he has made the money. You can stay in and it will turn around and you will lose, right? So at the end of the day, you don't want to just watch it just go, go, go. Day trading is not for you to get rich overnight. It's for you to take consistent profits, right? So whether it's $50, $100, $200, once you hit your mark, you get out, right? You see how somebody makes 81, got out. Then he made another 72, got out. That adds up, right? It adds up. You know, 51, got out. So you can go in and out, in and out, in and out, 140% on Microsoft. So I'm guiding you, but at the end of the day, you have to know what is enough, right? So like I said, there are people who will take $100 and be content. And then there are people who will make $3,000 and still be in it because they want more. You know what I'm saying? Any questions? So we can go on and on and on. So these are like puts or calls. It doesn't matter whether the market is going up or is going down. Look at my man Rio, right? He got in same day. So you see this? This is same day. He got in 10/29, expiration same day. He made $630. I'm not going to tell you to get out. You made money. You can get out at 250, 300, 500. Your greed is going to determine. I'm not going to yell and say, hey, you get out. The question I ask folks is, even if you make $200 in, let's say, 30 minutes or an hour, I appreciate you. I'm going to ask you, did you make that at your job? How much effort did it take you to make that? Christine, welcome to the team. And if you don't see any of the channels, give me until like when I'm done. I'm going to sort everybody out. By morning time, you should see everything. You know, would you believe this presentation? I literally started yesterday because I'm such a procrastinator. I can't, you know, I was trolling on Instagram and shit. You know what I'm saying? Bad habits die hard. If I'm doing something, I always wait until the last minute. So some of the roles may not work properly, but I'm going to fix it. But yeah, so we do a whole lot more. My thing personally is swing trading, right? My thing is swing trading. But the reason why I started $100 a day is my members were just being crackheads, right? They were just doing whatever. I'm like, what y'all doing? I be asking them. So my thing is, if you get into a play, I'm going to ask you, why did you get in? And if you can't give me a price action logical reason why you got in, I'm going to call you a crackhead. So they were doing crackhead trades. You ask them, why did you get in? Oh, because I felt like, no. You need a strategy. So I brought them the $100 a day strategy, which is straight to the point. When the market opens, you wait for these candles, it breaks, you go up or you go down. So you see, this is the $100 strategy channel, right? Am I showing the Discord? Do you see my screen? You see my screen? I believe in everything you're doing, bro. Much love. Appreciate you. Okay, so look at this, right? So I show you, it's pin bars. I love pin bars. I called this, I think this was like Friday, right? Look at the pin bars. This is like, I literally gave y'all the game, right? And this pin bar, look, I will show you when it started. So you see, ain't no cap, ain't no fabrication, right? I said SPY, look. So this is where I want to get in. So if you got in, your stop loss is right underneath the pin. And then I keep updating, right? You get in, you see it going. So this same trade just kept on popping. You would have made so much money. You know what I'm saying? Could have made $500, $400, $1,000, depending on how much you put up. You know, so we may not get into a trade every day, but we got into this trade before the day ended. I was up 38%, right? But so look at my expiration. You see my expiration? Some people were choosing same day expiration. I don't like same day because it doesn't give me enough time. So I bought time. I bought the 665 and I bought the 666, right? The next day, boom, when the market opened, 110%, 173%. You see what I'm saying? And the thing with options is that the closer your expiration, the more percentage you're going to get if it goes your way. The closer the expiration, the more you're going to lose if it goes against you. I hope that's making sense. So if you buy a tighter expiration and the market goes crazy, you will make a higher percentage. So these calls were called on the same day, right? Same entry. But you see how the 666, which was a higher strike and a tighter expiration, made a higher percentage than the 665 that expires 2 days later. What's the reason? It's because of risk, right? So if you take on a more risk and it goes your way, you get rewarded. But if it goes against you, you get punished, right? So high risk, high reward. You know what I mean? But for me, I prefer to buy time because I don't like feeling stressed day trading. So even if I get into a trade that I'm planning to get out today, I may still buy a week expiration just in case. You know, if the pin bar doesn't pop today, I still got 5 more days. You know, for sure, for sure. Appreciate you. I hope you got game. I hope everybody who showed up, even if you don't upgrade, I hope you got value. I hope you learned something, right? I hope you can apply some of these shits on your own. And if you ever need a community to tap in, come over here. It's just going to cost you more. You know what I'm saying? It might cost you 20 bands, but hopefully you take the game. And I appreciate you. Take the game and go use it. So look at puts. It's the same thing. Even though personally, I hate puts, right? But when you understand the market, if you see the market trending like this, you want to go down. The trend is your friend until it's not, right? The trend is your friend until it's not. So I'm documenting it in real time. I may not get in because I don't like puts, but I want to teach you so that when you recognize it, you can still get in, even if I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to do what I do, right? I want you to do what works. I want you to do what works. You know, so over here, I said gap filled. Look at this. Gap filled, and I said failed pin bar, put time. You see how I said failed pin bar, put time. So this is literally everything I'm showing you guys. I said the pin bars do not fail. When it fails, we are shorting it. You know, when it fails, you short it. When it fails, short it. I'm gonna go like 15 more minutes. So again, at 11:30, I'll check out. But while we talk, the link is still there, right? Link is there, link is there, link is there. You know, so look at the, so this is the break and the retest, right? This is the $100 a day strategy. This is the channel, right? If it breaks and retest, so look, broke, retest with a pin bar, put. Look at how the market put it. So imagine if you got in, you put your stop loss where it needs to be. This move down, you banked on a put. So it doesn't matter where the market goes. We plan our trades and we trade our plan. You know what I mean? So look at it in real time. Look, so it's not like I'm just posting shit, right? So look, market open 937. I said SPY calls above 677 and puts below 667. Wait for retest always and accept the risk, right? So look, this was the box. This is what we are waiting for, all right? Then look, I said SPY is breaking. When it breaks, this is not when you get in. You wait for a retest. So in real time, I said SPY retested for puts with a pin bar rejection. Classic setup on 5 minutes. So look, you see this? So I'm not waiting. I'm not one of the people. There's a lot of Discords. What they do is they wait until they get in and they make money. Then they will come and tell you, oh, you would have done this. This is why I screenshot, right? So you can understand what I'm looking at in real time. That way, if I'm not available tomorrow, you get to do it yourself because you understand how to catch the fish. You're not dependent on me to just tell you every time, right? You understand the mechanics, you understand the logic, you understand the play, you understand the setup, you know exactly what to look for. You know what I mean? So I'm showing you, right? So I said classic. You can see it here. Look at the time, 9:52. I said classic setup. Then look, it started to go down. So if you did a put on SPY with a couple of days expiration at the money, look, it just kept going down because it works. It works. So this is money you would have printed. And then it came down, then created a pin bar. Then we called the pin bar, and then the pin bar went up, started going up, getting bigger and bigger, right? Started going up, and then the pin bar failed. When the pin bar failed, I was like, failed pin bar, put time. Guess what? It started going down. So you could have played it so many ways. You did a put, look at the initial put. So the initial put came down here. You would have made money. You got into the call, it went up here. You'd have made money. You could have got into a put again. If you understand the trend, it's respecting that trend line. I mean, the price action is respecting the trend line, you know? So I tell folks all the time, the trend is your friend. Don't fight against it. So this is the same trade, right? Same put, came all the way down here, tried to go up, hit the trend line, kept on putting all fucking day, right? Then the next day, I said SPY setting up for calls. You see the pin bar, calls, SPY did its thing. You see it climbing up. So we do this all day, all fucking day, you know? And when you join, or the people who have joined, you will understand the strategy because we do it every day. And on live, all you have to do is ask. You ask, I'm gonna explain it to you. So it goes pretty much every day I will post, but I go live on Mondays and Fridays. As you can see, I post going live, right? Look at SPY, break, boom, we go up. No indicators, and this is me using SPY and the VIX. So everything that I really do, I showed you in this presentation. It was just so jam-packed, it's gonna be hard for you to retain everything. But you see how the VIX gave us a pin bar here? So I was like, VIX is showing weakness, then SPY is gonna go up. Any questions? VIX showing weakness, SPY goes up. If you put those two together, no brainer. It's a very simple strategy. A caveman can do it, I promise you. A caveman can do it. A caveman can do it. Any questions? No, dead ass. If you can't make money from this, I don't know. So it's simple, man. Pin bars using VIX. Look, you know, and when I get in, I'll show you. I got in. I'm in SPY. I'm in SPY. Look, I'm in SPY. Look at the pin bar on the VIX. You see what I'm saying? Look at the pin bar on the VIX. Where do I recommend you start? Hold on. Where do I recommend you start? When you start, let's go. Let me share the Discord. All right. So when you get into the Discord, am I sharing the Discord? Okay. You get into the Discord, it will say newbies, start here. So once I fix everything, you want to come here. Newbies, start here. So newbies, when you start here, you want to scroll all the way up, right? All the way up. If you scroll all the way up, look, getting started. Before you start, make sure you read Trading in the Zone. See what I'm saying? Read Trading in the Zone. I have an audiobook for all my newbies. I got the list here. Swings, technical analysis, right? So yeah, it's a dope ass book, right? TradingView, if you want to sign up for TradingView, you're gonna need TradingView to trade, right? Webull, if you don't have a broker, Webull, right? I posted the Trading in the Zone link here. What do you call it? TradingView link, Robinhood link. So this is where you want to start, right? You want to come here. For newbies, Robinhood is the most newbie friendly platform, right? So I basically give you all this game, right? I'm showing you how to really search for the stock, right? Click on trades, right? Step by step. If you don't know anything, you go on Robinhood. But first of all, you want to apply for options. So I said, if you don't see this if you don't see this option, it means you haven't enabled options trading yet. You will need to do that in your settings. So once you enable options, you will see trade options, right? You see this option. Then you will see your contract, your expirations. Then you will select expiration, right? So if you go to newbie start here, I have given you a step-by-step, right? Step by step. Everybody, can y'all see it? So if you are like super new, step by step, step by step. How to read it. Once you click here, trade options, make sure you buy a call. You will buy this and that and that. You can see it, right? Yes? Yo, the 100 and damn near 70 people dropped down to 50 something people, man. But that's when you know the serious people are the ones who wait until the end. You know, the flies, the the flies, they just come to just take whatever. But yeah, so it goes like keep the same, like I basically use the fingers and the arrows to show you. So yes, this is where you want to start to get the basics, right? And then I've given you rules. Appreciate you, man. I said, like, this is what you want to do. Last step, right? On Mara or whatever, I gave you the rules, what to do. And then over here, I show you what to do on the Discord. Newbies, start here, click here, right? Information tab. I've tried to like break it down to a point where, you know, Broke Nigga University, this is where all the books and shit is. These are various plays. I've described it, what it does, the option trades, option challenges, you know, information, Zoom, Forex, right? So everything is here It will give you an idea of what's going on over here, right? So this is where you want to start. Okay. Rules for Bitcoin Saturdays, everything is here. Once you buy Bitcoin, you never sell it. Only buy an amount you can afford to park away forever. You can buy on any day of the week, but Saturdays are mandatory. Never miss an opportunity to buy sats on Saturday. Once you accumulate over 1 million Satoshis, move it to a hardware wallet where you control the private keys, not your keys, not your Bitcoin, right? Remember, if you don't own the keys, you don't own the sats. It's not yours. So you don't want to keep your Bitcoin on like a Coinbase or any platform unless you are planning to borrow against your Bitcoin. If you're not borrowing against your Bitcoin, do not keep it on a centralized exchange. You can buy Bitcoin on Coinbase, Robinhood, Cash App, River, Swan, Strike, Bitcoin Well, Crypto.com, Kraken, right? Every dollar you buy Bitcoin will be worth about $10 in the next 5 to 6 years. In other words, if you end up stacking 10 million sats for 10,000 for 10K when Bitcoin hits 1 million, that 10 million sats you bought for 10K will be worth 100K, right? You are basically buying $10 for $1, 100K for 1K, 10K for 1K, 100K for 1 million. Do not focus on the dollar price. It's irrelevant. Focus on how many sats you are stacking, right? So I have all of this, right? And then I made the options masterclass free. The $100, was it the, no, options masterclass, I made it free. But I think I deleted it afterwards. Then I require you to read the Bitcoin white paper. Because like I said, I want you to understand. I don't want you to depend on me. Yeah, there's a Forex channel. My brother trades Forex. He's focused on Forex. That's his thing, Forex and crypto. He goes live pretty much every day, every morning. But next year, he's going to have his own separate channel. So make sure you tap in. And I said, don't post any trades or profit from another group. If you are part of another group, keep that shit somewhere else. We don't want you to mix their whatever with what we are doing here, right? And then you got community rules. I put the same shit over here, community rules. And then this is where you can upgrade, you know? So it's a lot of information. I promise you, a lot of information. And then when it comes to CNBC Premium News, this is a CNBC Pro that I subscribe to. So you can get insights, right, from what's going on. I've gotten a lot of insights from the professional, the premium CNBC, right? Coinbase gets upgraded, whatever. We made money from Coinbase. I probably got an idea from here. You know what I mean? Intel is surging. Like, but this is not free for regular, like you have to pay monthly for CNBC. So I pay monthly, and then whenever I see their insights, I post it here, you know? So yeah, it's a lot of shit. And this was the countdown for the wait list. So now it's 0 days. You know what I mean? So at this point, everything the wait list people see, like I said, I'm gonna minimize it. They ain't gonna see shit. They ain't gonna see a goddamn thing. Because I know if you don't pay right now, you're not gonna pay later because it's only gonna get more expensive later. So if you're not tapping in now, you're definitely not gonna tap in later. It's almost like people who don't buy Bitcoin at 100K, 99K, 80K, they're not gonna buy Bitcoin at $1 million, right? So yeah, so it's a lot of value, lots and lots and lots and lots of value. You know what I mean? Any question on these? Damn, we still got 50 people here. 50 people. What y'all waiting for? 50 people. What are you guys waiting for? Any questions? No more questions? We're good? We good? Have I answered all your questions? Are you not clear about anything? You stay until the end? Ask me a question. I think I done said everything, you know? But yeah, Bitcoin backed loans. So I got all the Bitcoin backed loans, right? Like I have tested certain platforms. Like I use myself as a guinea pig to test out these things so that I can eliminate the trash ones, right? And bring you the real deal ones. But if I don't do it, how am I gonna know? You know what I'm saying? So I've done a lot of these crypto backed loans, right? I'm testing it to see which ones are better, right? Cold wallets. I got it all. I got all the cold wallets. So you can ask me which one I should recommend or whatever. I got it all. I know how they work. I got Bitcoin on all of them. You know what I'm saying? So I got, the cold card. I got a couple of cold cards. I got the Trezor. I got the Ledger, right? I got all of them. I got about 12 or 13 of these, right? Foundation Passport. I'm going to buy the new Trezor, you know. Um, do you like the one key? What's what's a one key? I got the Tangent. Like I got it all. I have one sitting somewhere here. And some of them have intentionally lost my password, but it can still accept Bitcoin, but you can't move it. And I don't want to move the shit no way. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to move the shit no way. But yeah, man, lots of value. Lots and lots and lots and lots of value. Excellent presentation, man. I think nobody has any questions. I hope you got value, right? I hope you learned something. One last time, I'm going to send you the link. One last time before I leave. I hope I delivered. I am exhausted, right? I am exhausted. I did not sleep last 24 hours. I put the shit together the last 24 hours. Everybody who paid and joined, I'm going to make sure you get access to everything in the morning. You're going to see us live. You can ask questions at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But just because we pull up on live doesn't mean we're going to force ourselves to trade, right? If the market doesn't give us any setup, we're not going to trade, but we are always learning. So the same way I talk here is the same way I talk on every live, right? It's always the same energy, right? I'm always teaching. This was more just a formal way I had a presentation, but usually I'm just freestyling, but it's still the same amount of passion, the same amount of conviction, same amount of energy. You know what I'm saying? I can do this all day. I can stay on. I've stayed on live for 7 hours, 8 hours. You know what I'm saying? Because I really give a fuck. I really want to make sure you getting your money's worth. I really want to make sure a year from now you can turn around and be like, damn, if he asked me to pay 2 times more, I would do it because I made 10 times my money. And I stand on that. I talk so much shit, so I stand on business. You know what I mean? So the goal is at the end of the year, next year, you want to look back and say, okay, I started over here with this amount of money and I paid this amount of money have I grown? Has my portfolio grown? Has my knowledge grown? Has my conviction grown? Right? Have I learned something amazing that will change my life for years to come? You know what I mean? That is what I measure my success by. You know, because by this time next year, you're going to learn so much how you can use credit to borrow, to buy Bitcoin, and then turn around and borrow against the Bitcoin. I didn't even talk about that. That is a different play, right? You will use your credit to, let's say, get, y'all ready to go? You got like 5 more minutes? You got 5 more minutes? You got 5 more minutes? What am I sharing? Which screen am I sharing? SPY. Okay, beautiful. So boom, that's what we're gonna do. At the right time, not now, at the right time, once that countdown hits where it needs to hit, people with credit, and you know, I'm gonna do some partnership with Kaylin. Kaylin be getting funded, right? So in this community, the people who are tapped in that need to get funded, if you need to get 100K, we'll get you that 100K for a price, of course. We're capitalists. It ain't free. So you get 100K. Kaylin is going to tap in. She's going to help you get the 100K. This is why I've been telling you to fix your credit. 100K, 50K, 150K, 20K, whatever, right? You're going to get a loan. You're going to take that loan and you're going to buy Bitcoin on a dip. So let's say, easy math, Bitcoin gets to 50K, right? You're going to take that 100K and you're going to buy 2 Bitcoins. You're going to buy 2 Bitcoins, right? With a loan that you got from the bank. And then against this Bitcoin, you're going to borrow 50K. So now you've made 150K. Type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. You have used 100K from the bank to get another 50K, right? You get what I'm saying? But you're buying Bitcoin on the dip. So if you make payments on this loan from your job, because you're still going to keep your job, or let's say you're making money from the markets or whatever, when this 2 Bitcoins, right? You're gonna, so basically the 50K that you borrow, you can use that 50 to buy another Bitcoin. I don't think you guys are understanding what we are cooking here. So now you got 3 Bitcoins at 50K. And it really didn't cost you nothing. Do you understand that? It really didn't cost you nothing. Your credit, you took your credit, got 100K, took the 100K, bought 2 Bitcoins, right? At 100K, borrowed 50K against the Bitcoin, use that 50K to buy another Bitcoin. Now you got 3 Bitcoins. You get me? 3 Bitcoins that really cost you nothing. If Bitcoin goes to 200K, which it will, now your 3 Bitcoins is worth 600K. The 50K that you borrowed against the Bitcoin, you never have to pay back, depending on the type of loan you get. You never have to pay this one back. But now you can take 100K, borrow against another 100K, because remember that Bitcoin, it has grown, right? Your 100K investment has grown to 600K. You can now borrow 100K plus interest against this and go pay off this loan. You still got 600K worth of Bitcoin. You borrow, you never have to sell, right? So we're going to execute this at the right time. This is what that countdown is for. So you're using your credit to buy Bitcoin and borrowing against your Bitcoin to buy more Bitcoin. Man, type 21 if you're picking up what I'm putting down. This is what the access is getting you. It's not just day trading. It's not just posting screenshots. It's strategic ways to turn your credit or your Bitcoin into more Bitcoin. You feel what I'm saying? But you have to do it at the right time. If you go and borrow against your Bitcoin right now and Bitcoin drops, you lose the money, guaranteed. You might get a margin call. So the only way this is going to work is if we buy it at the right time. You feel me? If you buy it at the right time. So when Bitcoin dips, whenever it dips, if it dips 30%, 40%, let's say Bitcoin dips like that, over here, this is where we execute. This is where so you can have the loan earlier, but you're not going to use the loan or a line of credit. You're not going to tap into the line of credit until the right time. The right time, 100K, we're going to help you get that. You take that 100K, you buy Bitcoin, you pay that loan, you borrow against the Bitcoin, get 40% or 50% of your Bitcoin, buy more Bitcoin, and chill. Bitcoin goes, boom, 500,000, 500K per Bitcoin. If you have two, that's $1 million. That's $1 million. But if you try to go do this shit on your own right now, you're going to fuck up. If you like, yeah, I get what he's saying, I'm going to try to do it, I promise you, you're going to lose money. Because this is all about timing. That is the reason why I have the countdown, right? So I have the countdown clock for a reason. Am I showing the Discord? Okay, you're gonna go until midnight. I knew I was gonna spend 5 hours. I didn't know why I kidded myself and I said I knew I was gonna be on here for 5 hours, but what did I say? Okay, so this is why I have the countdown, right? So the countdowns is to keep me in check. Countdown to the bottom, right? So I've been counting down for a long time. This is how you change your life. 434 days. Fix your credit to get a loan. I've been talking about this for a very long time, right? So I can scroll all the way up here. See, this is since since May. Countdown to buy Bitcoin with a loan. Countdown to get your credit fixed. Countdown to be rich forever. So this isn't something that I'm just saying now. It's something that is part of the plan, right? And I actually started counting this down from like 1,500 days, right? Just to remind myself, stick to the plan, stick to the plan, stick to the plan, stick to the plan. So once we get to that point, that is where we execute on the loan. So if you already got the loan, you don't use it now. Don't borrow nothing now. You borrow now, you're going to fuck up. I promise you. If you borrow now, you're going to fuck up. It's all about the cycles. It's all about patterns, what has happened in the past, plus my own input, my own experiences. So it's not going to be to the T. There's other factors involved, but it usually has to do with the way Bitcoin moves, right? And we get it into a bear market. So that's basically what it is. But please do not go and take a loan. Do not go and do it the hard. If you go do the hard way and you fuck up, do not mention my name. I don't want to hear Oh, the Black Robin Hood told me to do. I ain't tell you shit. If you really want to do it right, you tap in so you can wait and do it the right way. Because there's a right way to do it. Try to do it on your own, you're gonna fuck up because these loans come with a liquidation price. So if you buy Bitcoin at the top and it drops and your LTV becomes too high, they're gonna sell that Bitcoin and whatever is left, they're gonna give it to you. So time is of the essence. Doing it at the right time matters, right? If somebody already has one Bitcoin, they will need a loan to start. No, you don't. So if you already have Bitcoin, you can borrow, but you don't want to do it now because we are likely gonna dip. But if you had one Bitcoin, let's say you have one Bitcoin at 100K, right? But the thing is, when Bitcoin goes down, the Bitcoin is not gonna be worth 100K. So let's say at that point, Bitcoin goes down to 80K per Bitcoin, right? You still got one Bitcoin. So at that point, you can borrow up to 40K of your Bitcoin. Then you can take that 40K to buy half a Bitcoin. So now you got 1.5 Bitcoin. You see what I'm saying? So you don't need a loan. Your Bitcoin is your collateral. But if you got good credit and you can get, like, let's say a 12-month, interest-free loan, or you get a line of credit, you just wait. When Bitcoin dips down, you take that line of credit, you buy some more Bitcoin. At the bottom, you give it 2-3 years, your return is going to be amazing. But yeah, there's so much. What screen am I sharing? So Kaylin is gonna tap in. Once she taps in, we gonna show you. What am I sharing? Am I sharing a green and white screen? Okay. So this screen here can show you, right, what we are gonna do. So like the people who have tapped in, this is where we are going. Moving forward 2026, right? There's a strategy. If you have Bitcoin, I'm personally doing that, right? I'm personally doing that 100% Bitcoin standard. So let's say you're making 100K take home, 10K a month take home. Your expenses is like 4K a month, right? And you put in 100% of your cash flow to Bitcoin, your income grows about 5%, right? Your annual expense, let's say you keep it at low at 2%, and you already got one Bitcoin, right? If Bitcoin grows at 30% CAGR, right? Look at how much money you make. This is in 10 years. So if you are putting 100% of your cash flow into Bitcoin and you start with one Bitcoin, in 10 years, if Bitcoin grows at 29% CAGR, you will be worth $6.5 million. So you're going to incur debt, right? $750,000 worth of debt because you're going to borrow against. So that 4,000 living costs, you take in your 10K and you buy in Bitcoin, right? Take your 10K, buy Bitcoin every month. So all your money is going into Bitcoin, then you are borrowing 40% of the money you are bringing in to live on. But let's say the platform that you're using is charging you 10%. If Bitcoin is growing at 30%, right? And the platform is charging you 10% to give you dollars to spend. If you keep on doing this and you keep your monthly cost at 4K and the excess, right, goes to Bitcoin, look, your net worth, net value after your loan in 10 years will be about $7 million. Even if you don't do the loan, your net worth is going to be about $5.2 million in 10 years. So this is why I'm explaining that you don't even have to trade. This ain't got shit to do with trading. This is straight up if you bring in 10K. What if you're bringing 8K after taxes and your expenses is 4K, right? The highest LTV is going to be 25%. In 10 years, you're going to be worth $5.7 million without trading. Man, are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Without any trading. This is if you start with one Bitcoin as a buffer. If you start with 0. Let's say 25 Bitcoin as a buffer, you're still going to be worth about $4.7 million in 5 years. I mean, in 10 years, if Bitcoin grows at a 30%. If Bitcoin grows at 40%, that is $8 million, right? So you can borrow, you will be in debt for $755,000, but after you pay off your debt, your net worth is going to be 8.5, because your net worth is your assets minus your liabilities, right? So if your liabilities are 755,000 and your asset is 9.2 million, once you subtract this from this, now you got 8.5 million net worth, which means you have raised your annual income by 800,000 every year. If you go the borrowing route. If you don't go the borrowing route and you just put that $6 grand extra into Bitcoin every month and don't do nothing else, in 10 years, you're going to be worth $5 million in Bitcoin if Bitcoin grows at a 40% CAGR, right? That means you would have raised your income 500,000 every year. Are y'all picking up this game? But if you add the loan shit on top of this, then the numbers are even crazier, right? Because the loan is going to put this on steroids. So the numbers become even crazier. You know what I mean? And this is just having 25K worth of buffer Bitcoin. Let's say you have 1.25 worth of buffer in Bitcoin. That's $11 million. You see what I'm saying? So the breakdown is here. Based on your inputs, a take home of 8K per month and 4K in living expenses produces a net monthly cash flow of 4K. If you were to invest 100% of that cash flow into Bitcoin every month for 10 years, assuming a 40% CAGR, you will end up with roughly 1.55 more Bitcoin than you started with. On the other hand, if you were to start with a 30.55 month Bitcoin collateral buffer, right? That is the Bitcoin you are putting up as collateral, and convert 100% of your monthly take-home pay to Bitcoin, and then you borrow just what you need, the 4K, and pay 10% APR. Remember that Bitcoin is growing at 40%, your APR is 10%. You should end up with 3.03 more Bitcoins than you started with. while achieving a maximum loan to value ratio of 20% in month 25. So the highest risk is 20.84. Your liquidation is usually going to be at like 80% or 75%. That means there's no, look, your highest point is like right here. Afterwards, the LTV goes down, 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 which means you can borrow more against your Bitcoin, because guess what? Now, if you got $10 million in Bitcoin and you want $1 million, that's 10%. You see what I'm saying? If you want 500K, that's what? 0.5%. So you can keep on borrowing against your Bitcoin, letting the Bitcoin grow. Then you can take the money and you can go splurge, go on vacations, go do whatever the fuck you want to do. You feel the game? Y'all picking up the game? You picking up the game? You get where we going? You get where we going with this? You get where we going with this? $18 trillion worth of gain. $18 trillion worth of gain. $18 trillion worth of gain. All right, y'all, it's midnight. I appreciate your time. If you're in the Discord, the link is still going to be there, right? So you're borrowing part of your salary every month. So yes, so in this case, you are taking all of your salary, right? If you make 10K, you're taking all that 10K and you buying 100% Bitcoin. Then you borrow what you need to pay your bills in dollars. So that means all your effort, all your money, all your energy is going straight into Bitcoin. And then you are spending dollars. So you are borrowing dollars at a 10% interest rate to keep Bitcoin to grow at a 30% or 35% or 40%, right? So on the first, second, third, fourth, fifth month, it might not just go up immediately, but over time, you're going to see it. Over time, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 4 years from now, you're going to be like, oh shit, that Bitcoin that I bought is now worth 3 times more, 4 times more. That means you've given yourself a raise. You see what I'm saying? You gave yourself a raise. Even if your job doesn't give you a raise, by going on this Bitcoin standard, putting everything in Bitcoin and borrowing against it. You see what I'm saying? So the first year, you may not see it immediately. This is not I'm doing it tomorrow and no, it's you got to give it time. Got to give it 3 years, 4 years. So, this, let me show you another one real quick. It breaks it down so you get it, So like, okay, so I'm gonna do this real quick. Monthly net income, let's say 8K, right? Your loan is at 10%. Salary increase, let's say 3%. Inflation, let's say 5%. Goodness gracious, did Bitcoin drop like that? Did Bitcoin drop again? Right? So if you look at this, it will break it down and show you, right? So if you did this and Bitcoin grew at, let's do 30%, right? Look at year 10. Year 10, look, 10 years, you would have increased your salary by 170%, right? You would have increased your salary by 170%. By year 15, your salary is up 600%. So it shows you this is the loss of purchasing power, right? Annual income after inflation. So we are factoring in inflation, the number of Bitcoins you're getting, the interest owed, right? So over here by year 20, you are worth this much. After, this is your annual income after Bitcoin, right? Annualized Bitcoin benefit, look. So you have increased your income by 1,800%. If you never got a raise, you know, what if you're bringing in 10K? If you bring it in 10,000, right? Your loan is at 10%. If Bitcoin goes up 37% in 10 years, your annual, that means you are increasing your annualized benefit. Look, in 5 years, 69%. So going on this standard allows you to give yourself a raise, automatic raise. Automatic raise. In 15 years, look, $2.5 million. So once you subtract your liabilities, there's the amount of Bitcoin you have. And then I have another strategy where you can even sell if you wanted to. You get to a point, if you can do this shit for 10 years, 15 years, you can then sell, right? About 3% of your stash. After 10 years, you will live forever, free. You will keep on making money. You know what I'm saying? So the calculator breaks everything down. So you see, year 1, you may be down 10%, right? 10%. Year 2, now you're growing. Year 3, 20% on your income. Year 4, 42%. Year 5, you have doubled. This is like working a job, getting 100K, and in 5 years, now you getting 200K. Not because you got a raise, but because you're on the Bitcoin standard, that Bitcoin gave you a raise. Bitcoin doubled your income for you. So if your expenses still stays relatively low, now you are seeing your net worth goes up, right? Go up. Year 7, you at 148. Year 8, 200%, right? You say you broke the mold. Yeah, listen, once you understand it, you cannot unsee it. So why would you do anything else when you know that shit? Even if they don't give me a raise, I can triple my salary by going this route, right? The first year, it might look like I'm losing, but by year 5, I'm increasing, right? You see what I'm saying? So based on your input and earning 120K per month with a 3% annual increase results in a nominal. But if we factor in inflation, now if we do the inflation low, 3% inflation, you're going to see the numbers change, right? By year 20, $10 million. By year 10, right? Income after annual income after, this is annual, right? Annual. You make it about 1.5 million annually. Anyway, guys, I appreciate y'all. It's after midnight. Tap in. If you're in the wait list, you're going to start seeing less, but you're going to see where you need to upgrade though, right? And I'm going to put in the code, and you have until the end of tomorrow to upgrade, tap in, do whatever you got to do. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you staying here with me, asking questions. And that's all I got, man. See y'all. I am out. Peace out.